Hey, everyone out there in YouTube land. This is Dr. David Snyder checking in with you. We'll be starting in about 26 minutes, give or take. If you're brand new to our channel, I want to just remind you that our webinars tend to run a little long. So you're going to want a few things to get the most out of tonight's webinar. First and foremost, you're going to want things to write down or write with. Second of all, you're going to want lots of caffeinated beverages and lots of dopamine and oxytocin facilitating substances to get you through the webinar and allow you to have the greatest degree of neuroplasticity, the ability to rapidly learn as much as humanly possible. There are three ways that you're going to have to get your questions answered tonight. One is, of course, obvious. You can type it in the chat. If I see it in the chat and it's relevant to the point in the webinar that we're at, I'm happy to answer it. However, if it is not, and if it's going to take us down a bunny trail, I reserve the right to answer it at a later time when it is relevant and or through a different medium, which brings us to the next two pieces. A, if for some reason I do not answer your question on the chat, then all I need you to do is ask one of my veteran players from Planet David, and I'll point them out to you as we go through the webinar, and they'll be happy to answer your questions as well. If that's still not enough, if you still want a personal answer from me, when this video goes live on YouTube, all you need to do is go to the comment section beneath the video, type in your question, and I make it a point to check the comments in each of my videos every 3 or 4 times a day. When I see your question, I will happily answer it, and I will point you in the direction of a relevant resource for you to test out or to learn from. Okay, so those are the 3 ways you can get your questions answered. Please maintain some level of decorum in the chat. You know, we get people wanting attention for different reasons all the time. Let's stay focused tonight on the content of tonight's webinar, the discussions about the contents of tonight's webinar. Try not to go off on tangents if you want to get the most out of this, right? Once again, if you're used to the classical webinar strategy where you come in and for 90 minutes you hear pitch after pitch after pitch after pitch, you're probably going to be a little surprised and maybe a little dismayed because A, our webinars don't fit neatly into a 90-minute segment. We tend to give you very powerful, very solid, actionable content, things you can go out into the world right away and test. And so you're going to want to stay on all the way to the end. Of course, there is an offer connected to this particular class. There always is, because we always want to give you a way to level up your skills if that's something you feel you want to do. So that being said, we'll be back in 4 p.m. Pacific time, ready to kick some butt and learn about the power of face reading and what your face actually reveals. We'll see you very, very soon. All my love to all of you. Please feel free to have conversations, ask questions in the chat, and we'll talk to you very soon. God bless. Hello, 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 everyone. This is Dr. David. I want to welcome you to Secrets of Face Reading webinar. Let me go ahead and just kind of get everything. I'm operating two channels here at the same time. So just bear with me here. That's good. Excellent. So before we begin, just go ahead and type your name in the chat, and if you're where you're checking in from. And if you're a first timer in Planet David, go ahead and type that in the chat, and we'll get this show on the road. Cool. There's Tim from Dallas, long timer. Perfect. And we got Ali Hassani, Susie. Excellent. Those of you in our YouTube land, go ahead and type that in the chat, and we'll get on track as fast as humanly possible. All right. While you guys are checking in, if you're brand new to Planet David, type your name in, where you're checking in from, what it is you want to get away, what you want to take away from today's webinar. While you're doing that, let me go ahead and go through some administrative stuff that I'll need to really drill down on and make sure that you're aware of. First of all and foremost, my name is Dr. David Snyder, and I'm one of the world's leading authorities on strategic human influence technologies. And that covers everything from covert hypnosis to neurolinguistic programming to hypnotherapy, energetics, you name it, I pretty much do it. If it involves influencing humans to either be better or to believe what you say and do what you want. Tonight's webinar is about the secrets of face reading. It's about how to look at the markings and the architecture of the face and make accurate predictions about various aspects of a human being. Everything from their personality and temperament to their trauma history, to their emotion, the emotions they've been locking down and suppressing. Also, and a whole lot more, their physical health. We can actually, as a acupuncturist, we can look at the face of a person and measure and monitor the health of the lungs, the kidney, the spleen, the intestines. There's so much going on with the face. And it's based on a phenomena we think of as the holographic memory theory. Now, you don't need to know any of that stuff to be able to take advantage of the information on this webinar. Our job in the next 2 or 3 hours, yes, I did say 2 or 3 hours, is to give you hardcore, solid, actionable things that you can take out into the world right away and start using. Okay. The best part about most of the things that we teach in Planet David is you don't have to believe a single darn thing we're teaching you. All you got to do is go out and do it with a fun, playful attitude, engage the results for yourself. We are very results oriented. We are very Gnostic in our approach. And what does that mean? It means that I'm not going to stand up here and waste your precious time spouting theories at you. I'm going to give you, this is the stuff that's proven. This is the stuff that stood the test of time. This is the stuff that works. And if you take it out and you put it to work, it will work for you. Okay. I don't waste my time on low percentage technique. That being said, before we launch into the content of tonight's webinar, I really want to go over some administrative things so that you can get the most out of it. First and foremost, I love questions. You should know that. Anybody who's watched my early videos knows I love questions. The problem, of course, is the more questions I get, the greater chance we have of not getting to the content I have planned for you, but also going down a rabbit hole that was not the intention of tonight's webinar. So let me go through some basic things. First of all, tonight's webinar is what we call a free form webinar. What does that mean? It means that I'm going to stay on with you as long as humanly possible. I'm going to deliver as much actionable content as I can in 3 stages. So the first stage is foundations, things that you absolutely need to know to make use of the stuff in part 3. I'm going to teach as much as I can for the first 60 to 75 minutes of tonight's training. At the 60 to 75 minute mark, I am going to transition into phase 2 of tonight's webinar. Tonight's webinar is going to be, as phase 2 is all about how to take this training to the next level, how to build on the foundations that I'm giving you and show you where to go for more. If this is the scope of everything there is to learn in the field of face reading, human influence, speed profiling, things of that nature, we got, even in 3-hour webinar, we got time for this much. So my commitment to you is I will take you as far down this face reading journey as we can together. I will teach you as much as you can absorb, and I will point you in the direction of where to go for more information to level up your skills and take the next level. Is that a fair trade? Yes or yes? Type it in the chat if you think that's fair. If it's not, if you don't think it's fair, you probably should log off now, because that's what we're doing. Okay, so phase 1, foundations. Cool shit that you can use right away that lays the foundation for more advanced stuff. Phase 2, the offers and the programs we have available for you to level up your skills one-on-one or in groups with me. Phase 3, we circle back to what we covered in phase 1, and I continue to teach you as much as I can for as long as you want to stay on until you're tired of me, or I just get exhausted and I have to log off. Does that sound like a fair plan for tonight? Type that in the chat if you think that's fair. Cool. So one of the things I want to tell you right up front is I am big on interactiveness. I love the feedback from the group. I love questions. So there are 3 ways for you to get your questions answered that we found at work best. A, if you're brand new and you have a question, type it in the chat. If it's relevant to where I'm at on the webinar, I'll answer it right then and there. Planet David veterans, those of you who've been bebopping around Planet David 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months, 6 or 7 years. If Seth's online, he's been around 11 years. More people recognize the back of his head than recognize the front of mine. If you see a question that I didn't answer and you have real world experience with that question, please reach out to the people who asked the question and answer it for them. Okay, so that they come away with the answer from somebody who doesn't have a vested interest, obviously, no pun intended, vested interest, get it? Vested interest in saying my shit's the best thing since sliced bread. If that's still not enough, folks, if you still want a personal answer from me, here's what you got to do. At the end of this webinar, there will be a replay on our YouTube channel. There will also be a replay on our website, davidsnydernlp.com. If you go to the replay on our YouTube channel, in the comment section below the video, if you type in your comment or your question, I make it a practice to go through my YouTube comments every day, 4 or 5 times a day, and answer any and all questions that people have. If I can answer the question, I'll give you an answer. If I don't have the answer, I'll tell you that too, right? And I'll point you in the direction of where to go to get the answer that you need. Does that make sense? Is that fair? Okay, good. Okay, last couple of things. If politically incorrect language, colorful metaphors, swearing, or the word boobies offend you, probably not the best use of your next 3 to 4 hours. Okay, my goal is never to offend anyone, but one of the things that people in my channel are all about is becoming better versions of themselves. The way you do that is through having your shit provoked. So my intention is never to really offend anybody, but every now and then something's going to come out of my mouth that's going to trigger you in an emotional way. When those things happen, make note of what I said, where in your body you felt it, and then use one of the transformational triad techniques to dissolve it so it no longer triggers you. Part of your job as a self-evolving human being is to become progressively more and more non-reactive to the shit that comes at you from the outside world. Yes, shit being a technical term. Secret human influence technologies. That's what we're doing, okay? We're going to show you how to immunize yourself to that, okay? Make sure you have things to write with, okay? And I prefer, for maximum learning, I prefer that you use pen and paper or pencil and paper, right? There will be things that I'm going to say that if you don't write it down, you're going to miss it. There are other times when we'll be doing drills together for unlocking certain emotional triggers or emotional motivations or things of that nature, that the more you write them down, the more rapidly you can take those things out into the world and put them to use for you, okay? So that being said, let's see, we covered my disclaimer, right? Now, once again, if you're used to a 90-minute webinar where people tease you about what you could be doing and what you need to do, and then don't tell you how to do it or don't give you the methodology to do it, this is not going to be that kind of webinar. We focus on giving solid, hardcore, actionable content that you can take out into the world and use right away. I'm here for you, right? You're the reason I do what I do, right? That being said, tonight's class is all about secrets of face reading. How to discover how people think and feel and behave, how to read people's repressed emotions, to know how to influence and persuade them, to measure sexual and romantic compatibility, and so much more. That being said, one of the things that often comes up, especially if you're brand new to our YouTube channel, and I'm going to go ahead and, well, I'll share my screen for a moment. I don't like PowerPoints, but it's important, so we'll do it. Okay. First and foremost, I am an actual doctor of Chinese acupuncture and Oriental medicine. What you're seeing there is a copy of my diploma from Pacific College of Oriental Medicine. I think they've since changed their name. And I'm also working on a second doctorate right now in Chinese and Taoist Chinese energetic medicine. So I'm even getting more into the wonderful world of Wu and treating physiological illness through energetics, right? But for many years in Solana Beach, California, I ran a clinic for 15 years, since 2005 up to about 2017, 2018, where my specialty was treating physiological illness that was caused by repressed emotions. So while most people would be dealing with things like, nail biting or weight loss or smoke cessation, things that I would be getting were largely medical referrals, things like cancer, Parkinson's, Crohn's disease, IBS, real hardcore, asthma, COPD. These were the things that I would regularly deal with as a hypnotherapist / energy worker in my clinic. And we had a really, really high success rate. But that work over those 15 years gave me tremendous, tremendous insight into the mind-body matrix, the holographic nervous system, as I've come to call it. You may have saw in the YouTube channel, some gentleman was talking about toroidal fields. And yes, we do work with that. We don't think of them as toroidal fields. We think of them as energy fields. And the shape is largely left to the physics machines to figure out. But yes, you need to understand that the human body isn't solid. It's a vibrational matrix. And that's why some of the claims and the things I'm going to teach you over the next 2 to 3 hours are sometimes going to seem like science fiction, but you don't have to believe it. You just got to do it. And we have enough trained face readers on board tonight that they can verify the things I say. Okay. So on top of my clinical practice, in 2020, I was named the #1 NLP trainer of in the world by globalgurus.org. And I've been in the top 5 I've been in the top 2 ranking for the last 5 or 6 years. So some people seem to think I know what I'm doing. I've authored over 15 different products on various forms of human influence, everything from how to get a date to how to cure your emotional pain, to how to sell more, how to become more lovable, how more charismatic. You name it. If it involves influencing humans to do what you want them to do, both internally or externally, that's what we do. Okay. So if you went to our website, davidsnyder.nlp.com, you'd see over 50 different products. It covers the scope of what we do. Okay. Now, that being said, we try to keep our training as targeted as possible. So while I could talk about all these other things, we're going to try and keep it focused specifically on how to read the markings of the face and how to create profiles that you can use to influence people. To that extent, not only am I'm going to teach you the face reading stuff, I'm also going to teach you a little, it's not sneaky, but it's kind of one of the techniques I teach in every webinar that will teach you how to motivate yourself, but also how to motivate other people based on their internal value system, but also the markings on their face. So I'll show you how to bridge that gap as part of today's training. We'll probably get through it. We'll get through the first part of it in part 1 of the webinar. We'll circle back in part 3. So what you're seeing here, and this is important for tonight's webinar, is a letter I got from globalgurus.org. In 2022, and it says, "Dear Dr. David, it is with great pleasure to announce that your training program, Killer Influence, has been chosen by global peers and ranked as the #1 best program in the world for NLP." This was specifically our Defense Against the Dark Arts course, which is very relevant to tonight's class. We incorporated a tremendous amount of that course into our packages for tonight. So stay tuned for that and develop it so you can learn how to take advantage of it. And of course, you see here all the courses that we beat out for that #1 spot. For those of you who aren't familiar with my background, I probably have more energy healing and martial arts credentials than McDonald's sells hamburgers, but I have a 10th degree black belt in the Okinawan martial arts, specifically Ryukyu Kempo Karate, an art that deals almost exclusively with pressure point applications, meridian and energetic attacking, biomechanical attacking. It's a really cool art. I'm very, very grateful that I had the opportunity to learn this. I've also have a 4th degree black belt in a hybrid system known as Shaolin Kung Tao, a 2nd degree black belt in Kosho Kempo Ryu, a 1st degree black belt in Fanku Ryu Jiu-Jitsu. I have a certified instructor certification in combat systema, certified instructor certification in Cinco Mano Eskrima, and of course, a basic instructor certification in modern arnis under the amazing late Grandmaster Remy Prisas. I have a tremendously large catalog of energy healing credentials, starting with Reiki back in the early 90s. I've been a Reiki master since before Reiki was cool. I've been studying Kabbalah almost as long, before Madonna even heard of Kabbalah. So I'm very much a prima donna. I'm trained and certified in pranic healing, advanced pranic healing, and pranic psychotherapy. I have training in advanced DNA theta healing, Bengston energy healing system, and I'm working right now on my doctorate in Chinese energetic medicine under Sifu Jerry Allen Johnson. I'm about maybe just less than a little under halfway through that, and it's already blowing my mind and transforming the things that I do and I teach. So when you see all this stuff, let me just jump out of this. Let me go to, when you see all this stuff, the martial arts and the NLP and the hypnotherapy and the acupuncture and the Chinese medicine and the energetics, a lot of people ask, so what? What does all this have to do with face reading? And it could be summed up in two very, very important words I want you to write down. Because if you understand this one concept, it will change your life. It will give you eyes to see and ears to hear the universe around you. And that is pattern recognition. Pattern recognition. Everything human beings do involves pattern and structure. Even the facial markings and the facial architecture that we're going to cover tonight is because the human body works in patterns and structures. And if you have the eyes to see and the ears to hear, the human body and the universe itself will reveal its secrets to you. One of the reasons that we can do these things is because NLP and Chinese medicine, as well as the martial arts, which I was able to deconstruct because of my NLP and because of my Oriental medicine, all rely on pattern recognition, the ability to see and perceive very subtle patterns in the way people talk, the way people think, the way people breathe, the way people move, the expressions that they make. And if you can codify that, then you can rapidly predict what's going on both inside of people and what they will do in certain situations when presented with certain kinds of stimuli. You'll also know the things that they're processing, things that they're not processing, how they're going to respond in certain types of group situations. It's amazingly powerful. And when you apply these skills effectively, you can pretty much write your own ticket, especially if you combine them with the tools of human influence that we teach in some of our other courses. But being able to recognize what's in front of you is one of the most important steps, because the more you know about the people in front of you, the more you recognize what their profile is, the more rapidly and you know exactly what types of influence to deploy. And honestly, the less you have to do, because you'll know exactly where the psychological and emotional pressure points are that will cause them to perform well or to beat feet and break down. It's one of those things that, again, if you take the time to learn it, it takes your whole life to another level. So we have whole silos of training. We're going to take you as far as we can in the time we have and point you in the direction of where to go for the next level. So let me begin to ask you a question. So let's be very clear and make sure that you guys are all in the right place. So here's how this works. This is our first interactive game for tonight. What I'd like you to do is I'm going to ask you some questions. And if this is pertinent to you, if this is relevant to you, I just want you to type, yes, that's me. I want that in the chat. Okay. So you ready? How many of you would like to be super attractive, fascinating, and charismatic, both to members of the opposite sex as well as your own peer groups? If you'd like that, if you'd like to be fascinating to other people, go ahead and type that in the chat. If you'd like the ability to banish doubt, fear, insecurity from your life, move through the world in a more comfortable, confident energy that people just naturally gravitate to, go and type that in the chat for me. Okay. If you're interested in using your skills to level up your life, to make more money, get more dates, improve the relationships that you have, to help your clients better, to protect yourself, go ahead and type that in the chat if that's something you're interested in. If you'd like to protect yourself from manipulators and other types of what I call persuasion predators, go ahead and type that in the chat. This is for you. Okay. If you'd like to be able to create massive levels of abundance, and whatever that means to you. Some people think it's money, some people it's health, some people it's happiness, some people it's a combination. Doesn't matter. If that's something you're interested in, this is a course that will open the floodgates for you. Okay. But here's the thing. It will only open the floodgates for you, A, if you follow my instructions, and B, you actually use it out in the real world. If you don't use these things, you might as well not even learn it. Okay, because then it's just interesting information. I'm not interested in just giving you interesting information. I'm interested in giving you a lasting, unstoppable transformation. Okay, and that's what it's about. Right. So if you'd like to learn, for those of you who have your own company or who manage people, if you'd like to be able to inspire and lead your team, if you'd like to be able to build teams that are so cohesive and so in sync with each other that they perform like a finely tuned engine, this is something you're going to want to pay attention to. Okay. If you'd like to surround yourself with friends that you can actually trust and resonate with, people who actually bring value to your life, go ahead and type yes in the chat. And again, this is a little bit more Svengali-ish, a little bit more Jedi-ish. But if you'd like the ability, if you ever fantasized about having the ability to hold people spellbound, to have them hanging on your every word and eager to do what you want them to do, go ahead and type that in the chat if that's something you think would be useful. Okay. If you answered yes to at least 2 or 3 of these, you're in the right place. All right. Are you guys ready to play? Okay. So here's my promise to you tonight. I'm going to teach you techniques to understand the people around you. Let me go to my PowerPoint. Well, you know what? If you stay till tonight's webinar, I'm going to teach you one of the most powerful and effective methods for speed reading and profiling human personality and behavior that has literally stood the test of time, literally almost 3,000 years, if not longer, in Chinese history alone, not to mention its history here in the United States. I'll show you in very powerful ways how to understand a person's personality and temperament from across the room, how to track and understand their trauma history so that if you're a helper, if you're a caregiver, you can help people resolve those traumas for themselves. I'll show you exactly where they're holding the traumas they haven't resolved yet so that you can help them cover it. And if you use this every morning when you look in the mirror, it'll help you find yours so you know where to start looking for the shit you want to clear up. Okay. How to gauge sexual and romantic compatibility. We'll probably cover that in part 3 of the webinar tonight so that you can start to look at people's facial features, extrapolate a personality profile, and based on your understanding of the system, figure out what set of traits and the characteristics connected to those would actually make the best fit for you. Okay. There could be any number of compatibilities for any set of facial traits. So it's still a lot of figuring out. It's kind of like Tetris, if you think about it. How do these 2 composites make a whole, right? Sometimes opposites attract, sometimes complements attract, right? So you need to, we'll talk more about that. Obviously, we're going to talk about personality and temperament. The one thing that I have learned is very, very difficult to assess with face reading, and it may just be a gap in my knowledge, or it may just be that because it's such a moral and ethical thing. One of the things that we have the biggest amount of time, for me anyway, reading is character. So you can have somebody who's very courageous and very assertive, who can be an evil son of a bitch, or you can have someone who's very courageous and assertive, who is Sir Lancelot or King Arthur, the characteristics are temperament and personality, not necessarily character. So we have other ways of kind of looking at people and starting to discern their character, right? So I just want to be very clear that, bad people can have good traits and good people can have bad traits. So let's just keep that whole idea out of it. But there are things that you can start to look at that have a higher probability of certain behaviors that will lead to problems, like narcissistic behaviors, sociopathic behaviors, psychopathic behaviors. There are certain traits that indicate the possibility of them. There was a question asked in the YouTube chat a little before the webinar about lie detection and why it's not so accurate all the time. And the reason is because no single behavioral trait from a kinesic standpoint means anything except when they show up multiple times and are combined with other traits. Now, in part 3 of the webinar, we'll talk about baseline kinesics and how that applies to face reading. Okay, but they're 2 parallel but complementary disciplines. Okay, and we'll show you how to combine them effectively we'll give you clues to the path to take if you want to do that. If you would like to become a master of people reading and influence, please stay on till the end of tonight's webinar so you get every last drop of everything we have to share with you and every offer that we've put together to help you take your skills and your trainings and abilities to the next level. Does that sound like a good plan for tonight? Type yes if you think that's a good plan. Okay, very good. So here's what I want you to do. Each and every one of you tonight, when you saw tonight's webinar and you saw it was about face reading, you said, ooh, I can use that. How do you want to use it? What do you want to use face reading for? So I know when we hit part 3 of the webinar, how to customize the content of this webinar to give you exactly what you came here for. Type in the chat what you want to use face reading in for and what's important to you about that. Get a flight upgrade from the gate agent. Okay. Look into my health. Perfect. What else you got? So better help my clients, sales, priorities, spot liars. Okay. There's a really cool methodology in the Shen module, the classical face reading I was taught. There's an energy that inhabits the body. Now, most of us believe that there's more to us than this physical body. And the Chinese say that your spirit enters your body and it houses in your heart and it shines out through your eyes. In the West, we say the eyes are the windows of the soul, right? Well, what's interesting is when, based on a classical Chinese face reading, John wants to crush live poker. Oh, I got some stuff for you, brother. One of the things that happens when people lie is the light in their eyes dims. In average people, the light actually dims. If they're more on the sociopathic side, what can actually happen, there's this phenomena known as duping delight. And what that means is when people who are lying and getting away with it, especially if they're on the narcissistic spectrum, they're actually having a good time because they're pulling it over on somebody who they believe is not their equal. So to them, that's a win. And so what'll happen many times is their Shen will be very cold, but it'll be very bright. So you'll see their eyes actually light up if they're actually enjoying lying with you. Those are just some things I just wanted to throw out there for those of you who are interested in how the classical face reading, as opposed to modern face reading that I teach, handles lie detection. But we'll be going over some other things as well. Okay, so that being said, let me take a look back at our chat. Better understand customers, help avoid bad people with bad intent. Oh, we got a whole class on that. Understand my customers, only see good in people. Elizabeth, that's a great idea. And by the way, no facial trait is going to make a person good or bad. So you can always view people through the lens of compassion, but be very careful because the sociopaths and the predators of the world are going to look for people who operate from that place of compassion and they're going to actually exploit it. So I think it's important to see the best in people, but I also think that it's important to test people to see where they lie on that trustability index, if that makes any kind of sense. So I understand where you're getting at, Elizabeth, but I want you to use this effectively to protect yourself as well as find the good ones. So cool. All right. Well, I think we're on the right track. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to switch up my screens here in just a moment. So for those of you who wrote stuff down in the chat, I'm going to show you a screen. I want you to get out a piece of paper. Well, actually, no, we'll save that for later. We'll save that. Let's get into some of the meat of tonight's training. So the first thing I want to share with you is understanding that people have masks. Okay, hold on a second. Let me just make sure that I have to close my chat for this, guys. Sorry. Okay, that's not what I want. Hold on, I gotta X out of this. Stop sharing. I'm actually doing like three different consoles at the same time, so just bear with me for a moment. And here we go. All right, so I'm moving from my PowerPoint to my OneNote. And here we go. And okay, cool. All right, can everybody see my screen? Oops, I got to change this too. Hold on. Okay, I think I'm squared away here. If anything's a little confusing, just let me know. So one of the things I want to talk about first and foremost is that every human being on the planet is wearing a mask. Okay. People have social masks. They have a side of themselves that they want their peers to see. And there's a side of themselves that they don't want anyone to see, or only people who are really close and really intimate. You know, Billy Joel had a song called The Stranger back in the 80s. You might remember that song, right? That's actually true. You see, we all move through the world. We all move through the world wearing masks. And the Chinese understood this. For centuries, they understood that there's a face that we show the world. And that's actually where the root of the term losing face or saving face comes from. There's a face you show the world. And if you are treated in a way that is in harmony with the face you're trying to show the world, that's called saving face or keeping face. If you're treated in a way that violates the way you want other people to see you or perceive you, that's called losing face. Does that make sense? And it goes back to physiognomy, believe it or not, right? So when we look at a person's face, one of the first things that I teach my students to look at is the right and left sides of the face. Oh, hold on a second, I'm having trouble. I may have to go to my, there we go. Okay. So if you look at this face, you will see that the face is divided into a right side and a left side. Okay. The right side of a person's face indicates their public side. In other words, this is the face that they want the world to perceive as who they are. Okay. The left side of a person's face reveals their hidden masks, their private side. The things people want to keep hidden, or that they only share with people who are, hold on, it's not showing in Jet Webinar. Really? Okay, hold on a second. Let me reshare and see what happens. Is that working now? Oh, wait a minute. I think our YouTubers are having trouble with this. I see what happened. Hold on. Forgive my jumping around. Is that better? Okay. So I think everything's cool now. Are we good? Let me pull up my chat and make sure that we're not too far behind. Okay, good. All right. So right side of the face indicates public persona. Left side of the face indicates private persona. Now, one of the things that I want you to start looking at as we move through the different zones of the face is you want to look for symmetries. You want to look for degrees of symmetry between right and left. One of the normal standards of beauty in the world is actually facial symmetry. The more symmetrical a person's features are, the more attractive we tend to see them, okay? Now, the other thing I want you to start to pay attention to is asymmetries. Asymmetries are going to tell us what's different between public and private. Now, how do we use this? When we start to interact with people in a certain context, specifically in a business context. Remember, people want to save and keep face. There's an image, an avatar that they want you to perceive them as. Okay. And so when you present to them in a way that enhances and strengthens the image they want you to have of them. Okay. Specifically in like a business or a professional context. Okay. You have to let people keep face. But if you want to get to the truth of things, if you want to create greater degrees of trust, intimacy, and connection, then you have to play to their private face. And you have to do it in a way that's in harmony with the context in which you're interacting. Does that make sense? Type in the chat if you're following me so far. In business, play to their public face. In professional terms, play to their public face. In more intimate settings, play to their private face. Okay, so this is a pretty easy one, but it's important that we're learning to divide the face up into different zones and approaching it systematically. So one of the first things I tend to look at is actually not this one, but this is like the second or third one I look at. Can I repeat it? When you're doing business with people, play to their public face. What the images and the markings you see in the public zone are going to be the triggers that will cause people to respond in ways you want them to in a professional context. The reason I say don't do that don't use their private face in a business context is because it creates tremendous vulnerability. And people in a professional setting do not like to be vulnerable. And so they may get very reactant. They may break rapport with you, or they may just freaking break down in an emotional bag of jello, right? Not cool if to getting your outcome, right? And it's always their right, Michael. It's always their right. So I know sometimes the videos here are reversed, but it's always their right, okay? The left is going to be their private face. Now, in a lot of the influence tactics and trainings that I teach you how to go from very superficial public side needs and desires and drill down right into that private persona, down to the emotional values and rules they have for defining what's desirable and undesirable in their world. So when we talk about, we're going to teach it to you in this webinar, probably right before we go into phase 2, we'll teach you the emotional motivation checklist so that you have the ability to emotionally motivate yourself, but also emotionally motivate other people that you interact with. It's a very powerful technique, and it allows extreme levels of psycho-emotional leverage. Craig's asking, is anyone ever flipped? Not in my experience. And Lillian and my teacher, Lillian Bridges, is where I learned the majority of my face reading training. And the more I study other people's face reading materials, the more grateful I am that Lillian was a part of my life. I'm so grateful. And my goal is to build on what she taught me, continue her lineage, but also develop more powerful face reading products for my influence and healing students. So does handedness matter? No. Handedness does not seem to play a role in this whatsoever. Okay. Great questions, though. How do you do that? By eye contact when you play left, left. What I was taught, let me jump out of my screen share for a minute. What I was taught, hold on a second, that didn't work. What I was taught was that if you want to evaluate people's left and right side, it's best to cover your right eye and look at the left side of their face through your left eye, because most people are right eye dominant, and so they tend to focus on the information that comes in through the right eye. Okay, that's just a little technique I was taught. David's asking, how do facelifts or Botox or even palsy influence face reading? Botox freezes the liver, so it doesn't just freeze the affect, it also toxifies the liver. So these people will lose their ability to show facial features or facial expression. So it will actually help to stunt their emotional expression as well. Okay. I get that question a lot. Okay. They're right, not yours. Very good. So are we clear on right side versus left side? Yes or yes? All right. Cool. All right. The next phase I want to talk about is something that when I first saw this, you know, when the study of face reading is just such a deep well, but every now and then Lillian would talk about one or two things and my freaking Snyder sense would go off and be like, boom, that's nuclear right there. That's fire. And one we're going to talk about next was one of the ones that I said, man, my students need to know this. Okay. And now I'm going to share it with you. What if you could look at somebody from across the room and know exactly what kind of information they need to hear in the order and sequence they need to hear it to make the decision you want them to make? Would that be useful? Yes or yes? Okay. That's what we're going to cover next. We're going to cover how to look at somebody's face and learn how they take in information to make decisions. And my experience so far has been it doesn't really seem to matter what the context is based on the face. It seems to be a meta pattern. There are three basic possibilities. We'll go over them. Then what I'm going to do, so knowing how to present information to somebody so you know how they make decisions is useful. Would it also be helpful to know and be able to gauge how rapidly they make decisions and how quickly they take action? Would that be useful? Of course. Duh, David. Well, I did kind of ring you into that one. All right. So let's look at decision-making strategies really quick. Let me go back to my screens. Okay, so, all right. So what you see here, let me make this a little bit bigger. Now, in our previous slide, we divided the face into a right side and a left side. In this model, we're going to divide the face into three distinct zones: an upper zone, a middle zone, and a lower zone. Now, the way I was taught is that you measure from the eyebrow line to the top of the head, and that defines a person's heaven zone or their data zone. In other words, when you see someone, and what you're looking at in this model is you're looking at the ratio of the top of the head, the middle of the head, and the bottom of the head, and figuring out which is largest, second largest, and smallest. Okay, that ratio is going to give you a sequence of information to present. So if you see and I don't want you to believe me on this, I want you to go test it. Okay, go to the nearest tech campus where you live at lunchtime and look at the faces and the heads and the head shapes of the people coming out for lunch. Which is their largest zone? Which is their smallest zone? Which is their middle zone? Then go to an MMA gym or a fitness center or where athletes train and look at the faces. Look at the largest zone. Look at the smallest zone. Look at the middle zone. Here's what I'm betting you'll find. That the people who are largely data-driven, this zone of their head will be significantly larger. Okay, the term egghead comes to mind. It's not actually an egghead. It's more like, it could be a diamond-shaped head or a Marquise diamond. So people with a very large upper zone are very data-driven. And I love the guy. He's been with me a long time. I'm gonna throw my good friend and partner Brandon under the bus because Brandon has a classical data-driven head. Every time I ask him a question, he answers me with a spreadsheet, right? He loves data crunching, right? And so when you have people who have very, very large upper zones, these are people who need all of the data up front. They need to know the research, the stats, the metrics. Every piece of nomenclature that you can provide, they need to consume, okay? If the look, and we're going to just jump right down to the bottom zone here. If their bottom zone is much larger, what you're dealing with is somebody who is very feeling or emotional driven. They're very gut driven. These people tend to be more athletic. They tend to be much more tuned into what they feel is the right thing to do. So if you try to present data to someone who has this as their primary intake modality or data modality, they're going to just get bored and zone out. Conversely, if you try to present feeling-based data, telling somebody how much they're going to love something to someone like this, they're going to say, yeah, right, show me the data, show me the proof, prove it, right? And finally, we're going to look at that middle zone. That middle zone is all about pragmatism. They want to know what it's going to do for them. How can I use this? So if their middle zone, and you'll see this a lot more in like people with very dominant, very prominent cheekbones who have what we call a diamond-shaped face. You'll learn that in face reading class. People who have a very large middle zone don't really care as much about the data or as much about how they feel about it until they know, what's it going to do for me? How is this going to make my life easier? So when you start, and now the important thing to remember, and let me jump out of my PowerPoint for just a moment, just to zero in on this. One of the important things to remember is that nobody is just data-driven. Nobody is just a gut-driven person. Nobody is just a pragmatist. What you're seeing here in this particular model is the order of information you need to give them based on the zones 1, 2, and 3. So if I have someone who's a classic 1, 2, 3, their upper zone is bigger, their middle zone is second largest, and their lower zone is smallest, then I'm going to talk to these people, say, I have this amazing opportunity for you. Let me show you the research that supports everything that I'm going to share with you and what it can do for you. And I know that after you've seen the data and you understand all the different ways that you can use it, you're absolutely going to love it. You're going to know in your gut that this was a good decision for you, right? That's a 1, 2, 3 presentation. But if they're let's say they're a 3, 2, 1 presenter. Listen, I have something to share with you. You're going to love it. It's going to do this for you, and it's going to do this for you, and it's going to do this for you. You will be super amazed. Here's all the data that proves to you exactly what's true about what I'm telling you. That's a classic 3, 2, 1 presentation style. Notice I'm not omitting any data, but the order of preference gives me a way to create a presentation that is natural for the person in front of me. Of course, if a person is a 2, 1, 3, so their middle zone is pragmatic, and then they go to data, and then they go to feeling, then it'll be, listen, I have this amazing opportunity. It's going to do this for you. It's going to do this for you. It's going to do this for you. Here's all the proof. Here's all the data that shows what happens when you use this product to do these things. And I know that after you test it out, you're going to love it. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. Hold on a second. The comments in the chat are flying by so fast I can't read them. All right, I'm just gonna have to circle back. If there's a question in there somewhere that I missed, then by all means, just retype it. Okay, great. Margot's asking a great question. What if 2 zones appear to be the same size? Then these two levels of information have approximately the same level of importance. And what can happen sometimes is these people can be a little bit indecisive. Okay. Am I a 3, 2, 1? It looks that way. And it's true. I have a very large upper zone, but remember the webcam distorts things a little bit. I have a very big jaw. Like I have a lot of hidden bone in my jaw. But I do emote quite well. And I do a lot of the things that I do. I'll do the data check. I'll see how I can use it. And then I'll get a gut feeling about whether it's important. Or what will happen many times is I'll get a gut feeling about something and then I won't trust it. And so I'll go to the data. Right. So one of the things that starts to happen, especially if the zones are very, very close, these people can sometimes be a little bit indecisive. So when that happens, use your best guess. Right. But be as close to the zone sequence as possible. And if you know your own zones, this is important. This goes to a phenomenon we call projection. If you know your own zones, okay, and they're radically different from the person you're presenting to, try to neutralize that. Try to speak more to the person's zones than rather than yours, right? Now, if you understand the emotional motivation checklist, which we teach in Killer Influence, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Stealth CPI, you can bypass what the face says and go right to their emotional drivers, and you'll engage them and I'll get out like gangbusters. How do we measure zones? Okay, I like to for beginners, I like to get a straight edge and measure from the hairline to the top of the head. And then I'll measure from the base of the nose to the eyebrow line. And then I'll measure from the base of the nose to the chin line. Right. And if you have like a ruler or a straight edge, it's easier to measure the relative sizes. Now, do that well enough until you can start eyeballing it, because people are going to look at you weird if you go into a business meeting and the first thing they do is, I wonder what you're at. That's not going to work. All right. So get in front of a lot of people, get into our mastermind group, get it and work with people in your free time. Have fun with this at Starbucks or bookstores or whatever, and just practice until you can eyeball it really, really well. Right. If you're going to go into business, well, it's not exactly phrenology. It's a little bit different. I've read a lot of the phrenology books, and I have a hard time swallowing a lot of what they're shoveling. I have a lot more faith in the Chinese medicine because of the pattern recognition aspect of it, not arbitrary. He's got a crooked nose, so he must be a criminal. That just doesn't work, right? It just doesn't. But again, don't get me started. I'm sure there's phrenologists out there who can be very accurate. I haven't met one yet, though. Confused as to if a person doesn't, you mean like a receding hairline? It's easy. If they have a receding hairline, first of all, that's actually a sign of that's actually a lucky trait in Chinese medicine. Okay, but when you measure, I measured from the top of the head to the eyes, and then in private, I teach people to measure to the hairline. And you can always tell on somebody who has a receding hairline where their hairline used to be. Okay, if you look, you can always find it. Okay. What about a widow's peak? Great question. Again, I could spend, in fact, I spend an entire half a day discussing hairlines in our face reading class. Okay. Trust me, there are so many hairlines and they're really cool. Right. But there's two variations on the widow's peak. One is called the M-shaped hairline. The other is called the actual widow's peak. And widow's peak is a term to define the hairline for women, and M-shaped hairline is one used for men. Right? Yeah, Lombroso, exactly. Yeah, I read that stuff. No, not so much. Anyway, is this useful? By the way, don't believe anything I just told you. Go out and talk to people in this way and see how they respond. Okay. For my next trick, what if we could, let me find my page. Hold on a second. I'm trying to find my profiles. That's what I'm looking for. That's not it. There we go. What if we could look at somebody's face and determine how rapidly they make decisions, or slowly, or how quick they are to take action, or slowly? Would that be useful? Would that be a useful set of skills? Yes or yes? Cool. All right. So we're going to go over this. Then I'm going to start teaching you the emotions of the face. And then we're going to do the emotional motivation checklist. We're going to go through phase 2 of our webinar, where we show you how to level it up. And then we're going to circle back. We're going to finish the emotional map. And then we'll answer questions on exactly what your biggest things are on face reading. We can talk about the hairlines again if you want. We can talk about other things as well. So the next piece we're going to look at is, how do people actually act or reach the decisions, right? So we've talked about how to give people the information they need to make a decision, but now how do we actually gauge how rapidly they are to act on it? And here we go. Okay, oops. I guess I got to unshare and share again. Okay. So can everybody see my little profile page here? Okay. So what you're seeing here is what we would consider an average face, right? One of the challenges that you have in face reading is determining what's an average and what is an average trait and what is an extreme trait. One of the things we want to look at when we start looking at faces is what are the obvious things that jump out at us? What are the extreme traits? Something that is extremely small, extremely large, something that doesn't match the rest of the face. These are the things that we want to look at first from an intuitive perspective. Now, in modern face reading, we're going to teach you a system for going from hairline to jawline and creating a highly accurate personality profile in as little as 90 seconds, right? That you can start using right away. Classical face reading has a little bit more of a circular 5-element energetic perspective to it. But one of the things we can start to look at right here, right now, is this is an average face, right? And when you measure the curvature of a face, you're going to measure from the glabella, which is right between the eyebrows, the nasal bone, the philtrum, and the chin. And this will give you a profile, right? Either convex or concave. And now what we can look at is the first one I want us to look at is this face right here. I call this a dorsal face because you see how sloped this forehead is? You ever seen a sports car, like the old time sports car? You notice how they have those really big fins in the back, right? This is a person who's a very, very fast thinker. They tend to be very diplomatic. They can say things in a way that is not going to piss people off. They're very good deal makers. They're very good at schmoozing, I guess is a good way to say it. But they tend to make decisions and process information very, very quickly. If you notice that this has more of a curve to it, this person also tends to take action relatively quickly. And this is based on the information I got from a guy named Joey Yap. So this is a person who will process the information you give him, reach a decision quickly, and act on it. This person has a more average forehead, okay? But you'll notice the chin juts out a little bit. This indicates somebody who is a little bit more willful, stubborn, or prideful, okay? People with this kind of a chin may make a decision in an average amount of time, but they'll be slower to act on it, okay? And if you push them on it, they'll dig their heels in even more, okay? So this is, again, one of those things. Here you have someone who has a very fast decision-making strategy, but slow to take action. And here's someone who takes their time making a decision. They're very heady, but once they do, they act on it fairly quickly. So once again, this is an average face, our baseline, and this is the extremes. This is someone who thinks fast, acts fast, someone who is an average thinker, slow action taker, someone who's a fast decision maker, slow action taker, someone who's a slow decision maker and a fast action taker. Okay. Is that helpful? Is it useful? Can't see the screen? Is that better? Can you see it now? Or how about now? Is that good? I'm not sure. For you guys in Jet, can you see my screen okay? Good to know. I need to know. Okay. All right, good. Okay. So here's what we're going to do next. Here's what we're going to do next. I want you to take out a piece of paper. I'm going to jump out of my screen share here. And hold on a second, that's not working. Okay. And what I'd like you to do now is I'd like you to get out a piece of paper. I'd like you to write at the top of that sheet what you want to be able to do with face reading. Okay, Wendy, if you have a question, trust me, I'll be circling back. We'll be covering these things again and a whole lot more. Okay. In part 3 of our webinar, we're going to cover the emotional map of the face, the 21 different locations where certain types of repressed emotion tend to express themselves, where they store. How to have people listen to me? I want to be a Jedi. Okay, write that on your piece of paper, and directly under that, write this question. What's important about that? What's important about being a Jedi? What's important about getting people to listen to you? What's important about reading people or helping people or whatever it is that your reason for enrolling in this webinar as a byproduct of this training? What's important about that? I want you to drill down on the emotional reasons, what this is going to do for you. You're not going to have, I don't need you to share it in the chat. In fact, let me show you a template for you to follow if I can. Okay. Here we go. All right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to share with you a template that I create for my influence and persuasion students for both motivating themselves as well as helping to motivate others. Uh-oh. Hold on a second. My computer froze. Okay, my computer froze. I can't tell if you guys are with me or not. Hold on. I got the spinning wheel of death right now, guys. So, all right. So if you can hear me, and I hope you can, write down what's important about this webinar. Underneath, write the answer to that question. Underneath the answer to the first question, write what's important about that and answer that question. Underneath that, write what's important about that and answer that question. Okay. The next thing I want you to, oh, okay, we're back. Slowly. All right. Well, that was kind of nerve-wracking, wasn't it? And this is an important, I want you guys to, if you can actually, I want you to take a screenshot of this template. Because if you combine face reading with this template, you'll be able to inspire and motivate people to pretty much do whatever you want. You'll be able to predict their behaviors and know exactly the kind of person that you're dealing with at any given moment. Again, I rarely teach these two in combination just because it's stupidly powerful if you do. But this is called the emotional motivation checklist. So once again, just to review, I asked you, what is it from this webinar you want to be able to do? What's it going to do for you? What's important about that? And I want you to write that answer. I want you to physically write that answer out. Use the exact words that come up. And then underneath that, under C, write what's important about this question or this answer, and write that verbatim. And then ultimately, if you had this one and you had this one, what would that do for you? And what's important to you about having that? And write your answers. Now, the secret to this, if you want to feel the kind of influence that you're going to have on other people, what I want you to do is once you've actually done this drill, I want you to type in the chat "done" so I know. And then I'm going to teach you, I'm going to give you an experience that I hope will stay with you. Okay, just type that in the chat when you're done. Done? Okay, excellent. So here's what we do now. Let me go back to, oops, that didn't work. It always gets hectic right around the transition point from phase 1 to phase 2. So I apologize. So here's what's going to happen next, right? Is I want you to take the answers that you've written, okay? And I want you to hold them up at about a 45-degree about a 45-degree angle. And all I want you to do is read them to the answers to your questions 5 times out loud. In other words, read the answer to question A, B, C, D, and E. Read them 5 times out loud. And when you've done that, type done in the chat. Good, excellent. Now I'm curious. Good. Raymond, you don't need to type it in the chat, but it's good. Write that and drill down like I showed you using that emotional motivation checklist. And then read those answers 5 times out loud. Like I say, Brenton's done. Perfect. Raymond's done. Matthew's done. Cliff is done. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Excellent. Now I'm curious. How do you feel now after reading? Almost done, my wife came in. All right. How do you feel now after reading the answers to those questions 5 times out loud? You want them? Do you really, Cliff? Do you? Scale of 0 to 10, how much might you want these? Wife interrupted me. Do it again, Philip. Feel them, right? Okay. When he says so much, well, if you want them, would it be okay if I could show you how to get them? I'm already doing it, but I just wanted to ask, is it okay for me to take you to the next level? Remember I asked you at the beginning, take you as far as I can, show you where to go for more? Excellent. So why so high? Why did you rate these so high? Why do you want these so bad? Why do you want these so badly? Ooh, I think I struck a nerve there. Type it in the chat. Why do you want these so badly? Or just say it out loud to yourself. Either way. With your permission, though, is it okay for me to show you how to take this stuff to the next level? Because it'll be cool. I feel distrustful of people. Great, great, great reason. Make me happy. Will make the world better. Yes, please. All right. Then with your permission, let me go ahead and do this. Hopefully my computer will not freeze up again. Perfect. And therefore, with your permission, let me share with you something I've put together. And this is dun, da, 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 our secrets of our face reading for fun and profit, how to read anyone instantly home study crash course. Okay. This is, again, the fastest way I've found to level up your skills in the shortest amount of time possible. So here's what we're going to be doing with this. The face reading for fun and profit, how to read anyone instantly home study course is all about taking your life to the next level. If you want to protect yourself from unscrupulous manipulators, if you want to understand yourself better, if you want to have the ability to read people instantly, predict their behaviors, help more people, feel more confident and comfortable, and just move through the world, just emanating and being more powerful so that you can win the game of life. This training is going to be one of the fast tracks to automatically becoming more charming, charismatic, and ultimately irresistible in any situation or circumstance where you choose to apply this particular methodology. So this is what I've put together for you today. This offer is good until tonight at 11:59 p.m. But if you want the course, there, you can get them at full price through the website. But this is probably the fastest way to get the biggest bang for your buck. So I highly recommend you stick to the end of the webinar, because again, remember, when we're done here, after I've shown you everything that you're going to be getting, I'm going to teach you some more stuff that comes from these courses in this program that we put together. So you can decide for yourself how far down that rabbit hole you really want to go. How powerful do you want to be, and do you deserve to be? So first and foremost, we're going to teach you, we're going to share with you the secrets of face reading home study course. This is a course that I created. It's a re-engineering and a reorganization of the classical face reading material that I learned from my teacher, the amazing Lillian Pearl Bridges, who wrote Face Reading in Chinese Medicine. She was hailed as the world's greatest leading authority on face reading. And I've reorganized that material so that you don't need a background in Chinese medicine to use it. You'll be able to rapidly and quickly assess people's personality and temperament. You'll be able to understand instantly how they think and how they make decisions. But not just that, obviously, you can tell how rapidly they're going to make a decision, how rapidly they're going to act on that decision, or how slowly. Are they more prideful? Are they more willful? Will they respond to being gently nudged, or will they dig their heels in and push back? That can all be seen in the face. I'll show you in simple, easy steps how to do that in seconds. We're going to teach you how to unlock all the emotional triggers and traumas that people have, both so you can understand what landmines to avoid. If you're a therapist, you can know exactly how to figure out the fastest way to help your clients release all of these toxified emotions inside of them. If you're a salesperson or a mediator or a negotiator, you'll know exactly how to target the public mask or the private mask to get the most psycho-emotional leverage over your opponents in court, in mediation, negotiation, right? We're the good guys, but got to remember that the bad guys use powerful tools too. We need powerful tools in our court to make the world a better place. This is your way to do that. You'll rapidly be able to determine what a person's management style is. Are they going to respond more powerfully as part of a team? Do they need to be a lone wolf? Do they need to be leading that team? Are they more likely to sabotage the team or their immediate supervisor because they instinctively feel that that supervisor position should go to them? You can look at a person's face and with a high degree of probability determine how this person is going to function within a corporation, a team, what have you. If you're an athlete, you'll be able to figure out right away which athletes have the greatest potential for different athletic pursuits. It's really cool. Right? If you want to gauge people's sexual and romantic compatibility, there are certain traits that work well together. There are certain traits that do not. If you understand how to look at these these subjects' faces, you can start to make very, very powerful, very, very rapid predictions about how these people are going to get along sexually, interpersonally, as well as professionally. It's really powerful stuff. And it gives you a tremendous advantage in moving through the world. If you want to be able to connect and express compassion and influence with other people, if moving through the world, making people's lives better is something that is important to you, I have not found a more powerful way to peel back the armor and connect with people on a deep human level and a spiritual level than face reading. If you just want to understand yourself better, if you want a quick and easy way to assess what emotions are you repressing that you've forgotten about, what emotions have you not fully resolved, it's as plain as the markings on your face. And when you look at your face every morning, your face will tell you the health of your body, the health of your emotions, the health of your spirit. You'll know exactly what to look for in the order and sequence to look for it, so you can decide more effectively how to resolve those things for yourself. And ultimately, if you see clients and patients, you'll be able to help them do it too, right? If you want to learn how to predict and influence human behavior, there's no better program I've found for doing this, okay? If you want to be the most fascinating person in a room, I came across this by accident. When I studied handwriting analysis 20, 30 years ago, when I started analyzing people's handwriting, I would literally in minutes have a line of people out the door or around the corner who wanted me to work with them. When I started doing face reading, I would get mobbed. When I would go to hypnothoughts or these hypnosis conventions, and people knew I was a face reader, I would get mobbed for hours on end. So be very, very careful when you have these skills. A byproduct of this training is you'll become immensely popular, right? And people will be hanging on your every word. So if the byproduct of this training is you want to be in, kind of in the background and not have people paying attention to you, well, you can do that, but it's probably not going to be, you're probably going to get the reverse. You're going to be more popular. If you'd like to never be fooled again, if you'd like to be able to instantly assess the probability that somebody's likely to deceive you or misrepresent themselves, face reading is one of the most powerful ways to do it. Little fun factoid: in ancient China, they would actually trust face reading more than the documentation of your credentials, because they knew that people who had the ability to do certain things, there are certain characteristics or facial characteristics because of the way they live their life that were present in their face. And they would look at your face and look at your credentials. And if the facial characteristics didn't match the credentials you were presenting, you didn't get the job. It was really interesting. how accurate these things are. It's still used very, very much in the Orient in terms of business, law, matchmaking, things of that nature. You'll get it all. Okay, this is a $1,997 value. It's powerful. It's proven real-world face reading skills and secrets for personal transformation on tap for you. It's a $1,997 value, but as you can probably guess, we're not going to stop there. And when I showed my team this offer, they thought I was freaking nuts. This is probably, what I'm about to share with you next, is probably one of the single biggest offers I've ever made. So bear with me. Okay, this is crazy what I'm about to share with you. For those of you who grab this face reading program today, we're also going to give you these exclusive special bonuses. The first one is Defense Against the Dark Arts, Speed Profiling, Influence, and Counter Manipulation Home Study course. This, the course I shared with you early in the webinar. This is the course that was ranked the #1 NLP course in the world for 2022. It's a $4,576 value. We're going to give this to you free. In this course, you will get the following. In the 16 video course, you're going to start with the Universal Persuasion Protocol, how to think like a master of influence, and how to set goals and understand how to set outcomes and know when you're measuring and going towards your outcomes, how to control your psycho-emotional state so no one else can push your buttons ever again. It's a $297 value. We're going to teach you the skills of power rapport. Rapport training in our world comes into 3 levels. You have classical rapport, which everybody in NLP learns. Then you have kinesthetic or heart coherence, which only a very select few can actually do. We're going to make you an expert at heart-based coherence, where you can literally synchronize your neurology with the neurology of another human being, like 2 Bluetooth synchronizing. And then for attraction protocols, for attraction applications, there's a special kind of vibing that anybody who wants to be attractive and charismatic has to embody. We call that activity level or vibing. And it has 3 components to it. Nobody's teaching it outside of 1 or 2 people, and they don't teach it under this name. We're going to teach you each of these 3 levels so that you can take on the exact kind of rapport that you need in any situation or circumstance. Now, here's another really dangerous thing. If you combine this skill, these power rapport skills, with your face reading training, people will automatically become hyper suggestible to everything you say and do. Okay, so it's tremendously powerful. You got to be careful with it. But if you want hypnotic and influence skills that are off the Richter scale, if you combine the face reading, there's some kind of vibrational thing that happens with people when they go through the face reading training that takes everything about them and amplifies it in terms of influence and ability to deliver powerful suggestions and influence. When you combine it with the power rapport skills from Defense Against the Dark Arts, you become unstoppable. You really do. Okay, it's more than a $297 value, but we're going to give this to you as part of our overall package, because we want you to have all the tools. We're going to teach you the 7 most irresistible hypnotic language patterns that exist, not only so you can use them to help other people, including yourself, but so that you can protect yourself against them, so you can recognize when they're being used and have choice. If you can for instance, what if you had the ability to make anything you want, cause anything you want in the minds of your listener? Would that be useful? We're going to teach you how to do that. What if you could make anything you want mean anything you want in the minds of your listeners and your subjects? Would that be useful? If you see clients, damn skippy, right? What if you could direct a person's focus of attention so that they automatically pay attention to the things you want them to and ignore everything else? We're going to show you how to do that. What if you could literally cause a split between the person's conscious mind and the unconscious mind, and cause the unconscious mind to just automatically run whatever program you decide? If you're a hypnotist, a neurolinguistic programmer who deals with a lot of resistant or reactant patients, this is solid gold. Okay. What if you had the ability to make anybody's internal mind movies be exactly what you describe with 0% chance of failure? We're going to show you how to do that. Each of these is a $297 value. What if you could literally understand a person's internal behavior code and use it to get people to follow your instructions and adhere to your prescriptions and comply to your suggestions? We're going to show you how to do that. And of course, a piece of what I just shared with you in this part is how to emotionally bond anyone's deepest desires to what you want them to do, to get them to do what you want them to do and actually want to do it for their own selfish reasons, and they will thank you for doing this with them. It's a $297 value, but we're not done yet. Okay. Also included in this course, you'll also get the following: the master keys for how to read anyone instantly, the fundamentals of lie detection on demand. We'll teach you the Hansen 15, the 15 most powerful, most consistent traits that liars demonstrate in the act of lying. We'll teach you the use deception indicators, the 10 or 15 characteristics isolated by behavioral expert Chase Hughes that indicate when somebody is lying. You'll see tremendous overlap and consistency between these behavioral characteristics. It'll give you the fast track to understanding baselines and clusters and different points of things to pay attention to when people may be lying. It's a $297 value. We're going to teach you in this special module how to spot sociopaths, narcissists, and other evil a-holes so that you are protected. You can see them coming a mile away. You can defend yourself against them. You can neutralize them, and you can go out into the world feeling safe and comfortable, right? It's a $297 value. We're going to teach you the speed profiling experts of the experts that'll allow you to prevent predators from getting their hooks into you in the first place. This is based on the work of a lady named Wendy Patrick, who created what I call the predator or isolated the 5 characteristics, what we call the predator protocol. This is the methodology that persuasion predators use to take advantage of you. We're going to teach you what they are so you can actually perceive them and counter them and eliminate and take yourself off of the menu, so to speak. We're going to teach you the flag system, also developed by Wendy, which is a focused lifestyle associations and groups that you can use to profile people before you go on a date with them to figure out if they're who they say they are and what they say they are. We're going to teach you how to turn the tables on narcissists and other persuasion predators. We're going to teach you reframing patterns that allow you to instantly win any argument they suck you into and keep yourself from being gaslighted or mind fucked, pardon my French, by these hardcore sociopathic narcissistic people who are pervasive throughout our society. It's a $297 value. We're also going to teach you the 21 conversational red flags that you should be looking for in any interaction that tells you where on the narcissist manipulator spectrum these people are. Okay, there's 21 specific red flags. If you understand what these are, anytime somebody uses them, they will jump out at you like a freaking siren blaring. It'll tell you, stay away, watch out, be very careful, right? And finally, how to instantly spot microexpression changes and subtle cues in people you interact with so you can guide your influence in ways that you know you're moving towards the things you want, away from the things you don't want, and when people lapse from deep rapport to lying and deceptive behaviors. That and a whole bunch more. We're also going to include the 240-page Killer Influence Mind Control Manifesto. Total combined value, if you take all the modules in this course, comes out to $4,576, right? If you combine that with the face reading secret, you're looking at a combined value of $6,573. But we're not done yet. See, I'm not done. When I create a course, I ask myself a very specific question. How can I create a program that is so easy to learn, so comprehensive, so step by step that you don't have to show up at a live event, even though I want you to, and you can learn it all from the privacy of your own home? How can I do that? That's what I do when I create programs like this so that you can get the biggest people reading and persuasion bang free book. I'm extraordinarily powerful of defense against the dark arts, and I think more and more people need to have it. So I want you to have it. I want you to have it for free. This is a free bonus that we're going to throw in. But not only that, one of the things I talked about earlier is that when you start to unpack your own face, there's going to be things that you want to fix. There's going to be markings on your face that show you where you're stuffing emotions that may be making you sick or holding you back. I want to give you a 7-stage protocol to follow that allows you to remove those from your life. If you see clients, if you are a therapist, a coach, a counselor, a psychotherapist, a social worker, I want to give you the tools to systematically free your clients from the bondage of the emotional traumas that they have. To do that, I'm going to throw in this special Identity by Design hypnotherapy home study course. This is a $1,597 value. It's going to teach you how to unlock the powers of your subconscious mind so that you can hypnotize anyone you want to, anytime, anywhere, under any situation or circumstance. It's going to teach you how to remove blocks to success and limiting beliefs, how to find and remove the hidden negativity you didn't even know you had, how to clear up issues that just don't seem to go away. If you've ever had a client, you come in for a session, they have a great result, and by the time they get home, their shit's back, or it goes down to a certain level and it just won't move anymore, this is the course you need. Okay, I'm going to teach you step by step how to make sure this stuff goes away and it does not come back. I want to teach you how to change that crappy voice in your head, but also in the heads of your clients, so that it's a voice that builds you up, inspires you, motivates you, and tells you all the reasons why you deserve to have things instead of making up excuses for why you can't. Right? Finally, I'm going to teach you how to take all of that and install the default driver states that lead to absolute success in the real world, so that you have these on tap. They become your normal way of moving through the world. And then I'm going to take all that and show you how to install it at the genetic level, like genetic memory. Like if you've ever heard of Dr. Bruce Lipton talking about epigenetics, can you actually program your DNA and front load it with these techniques so that it automatically defaults to these processes anytime you encounter crap in your life? The answer is yes. And then finally, we're going to show you very systematically how to add and install the traits, qualities, and characteristics of people you truly admire and want to be like into your mind and body, so that you can take on those attributes and move through the world expressing them to make your life the way you want it to be and be the person you want to be, instead of the person that education, society, religion, peer groups have conspired to make you. It's all about setting yourself free on a massive scale. Okay, it's a $1,597 value. We're going to give this to you free because we want you to have the tools to make the changes that you truly want and desire. If you add up all the numbers so far, you're looking at $8,170 of pure nuclear value. But there's more. Okay, last and not least, we're going to throw in probably one of the coolest courses I ever created. It's one of our older courses, but it stands the test of time. People always want to know about body language. They want to know about rapport skills. They want to know how to use body language, not just to read people, but to influence people. And this course is probably one of my favorites. It's called People Reading for Fun and Profit, Body Language Secrets Home Study Course. In this course, you will learn how to read people's body language and expressions, to understand the body language of attraction, detect lies and other deceptive behaviors, to influence people without words. Some of you know this, some of you don't. Right before COVID hit, I was actually contracted by one of the big four accounting firms to create an entire system of nonverbal influence for them to teach to their partners and sales reps. Right? The foundations of that course came from this course. Okay, so a lot of the good stuff is in there. If you want to project charm and confidence and charisma on command, this course will show you how to do it. Ladies, if you want to understand men better, this course will show you how to do it. Men, if you want to understand women better, this course will show you how to do it. If you want to systematically eliminate the behaviors and body language cues that actually make you less trustworthy, less influential, less charismatic, we're going to show you how to do that. If you'd like to close more deals, get more dates, yada, 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 we'll show you how to do that. This will add so much energy to your system and your ability to influence. It's not even funny. Total value is $9,600. It's a $1,497 value. We're going to give it to you free. Total value is $9,677, but we're not done. Let's review what we got real quick, just so we don't get lost. Okay. Secrets of Face Reading Home Study Course valued at $1,997. The Speed Profiling Defense Against the Dark Arts Home Study Course valued at $4,576. We're going to give that to you free. Identity by Design Hypnotherapy Home Study Course valued at $1,597. We're going to give that to you free. The People Reading for Fun and Profit 2-day intensive, $1,497. We're going to give it to you free. Total value, if you wanted to buy it today off the website, would be $9,667. But as you can probably guess, today, I want you to get the best deal humanly possible. I want to help you help yourselves. Okay. One of the byproducts of this training is that you'll rapidly find everything in your life getting easier if you take the time to actually utilize these skills. So you won't have to pay $9,667. We're not even going to charge you $6,497 or $5,397. We're not even going to charge you $3,337. And you know what? We're not even going to go with $2,397. For those of you who want to grab this kind of power, this kind of influence, the ability to read people on demand and influence them to do what you want, starting with yourself and other people, you can get it all for one low investment of just $14.97. Or if you need a little help, we can help you with 4 easy installments of just $3.97 each. All you need to do to reserve your course, to get started now, is go to www.davidsnydernlp.com/face. That's www.davidsnydernlp.com/FACE. This is the most comprehensive course I've ever put together for reading people and protecting yourself in the applications that you want. My marketing team said I was crazy, but this is what we're doing. Okay. All you got to do is go to www.davidsnydernlp.com/face. And you have nothing to risk. Grab your course now, test drive it for a full 60 days. If after 60 days, you're not on the fast track to understanding the patterns of human behavior and faces better, if you're not actually having more yeses in your life, if you're not on the fast track to making more money, getting more dates, and manifesting the life of your dreams, if you're not expressing or feeling more secure, confident, or powerful, I'll refund your money. Because if it's not working for you, I don't want it, right? It's very simple. Test drive this whole shebang for 60 days. Now, remember, you're fully supported when you have this program. If you have any questions, any sticking points, all you got to do is pick up the phone, call my administrative goddess, Stephanie Skiba, at 858-282-4663, and we will get the answer to your questions. We will walk you through the sticking points. We will point you in the direction of resources, additional resources for free that you can get. Okay? My job is to show you the fastest path to getting the life you want the way you want it, and to clear out the blockages to your success. If after 60 days, this program isn't moving you on the fast track towards that, pick up the phone, send us an email, let us know. I'll refund every penny you invested. Okay? No, I will ask questions, but you'll still probably get the refund. If you're not satisfied, I don't want your investment. Okay? Okay, let's see here. So get yours before they're all gone. Go to www.davidsnydernlp.com/FACE. Go to www.davidsnydernlp.com/face. Okay. Now, for those of you who know that this is your shot, this is your ticket. Okay. For those of you who are ready to level up, I want to reward you for being the first to step up to raise your hand. So if you grab your course right now, before I log off this webinar, I'm going to share with you some amazingly cool extra bonuses. First and foremost, I'm going to give you, I'm going to give you a 3-month trial membership to our NLP Power Mastermind Mentoring Program. So let me jump out of my PowerPoint for just a minute and explain to you a little bit about how that works. Okay, the NLP Power Mastermind Mentoring Program is the world's longest continually running master NLP and hypnosis mentoring program. We started it in October of 2010. It has run every single month nonstop since then. And the way it works is, if people want to, you're not going to get a certificate from the mastermind. So if you've joined our, versions of our mastermind looking for certification, that's not what it's about. The mastermind is all about hands-on training, hands-on skills, and being part of a community that supports you, that is interested in the same things you are. And the way it works is on the 3rd Saturday of every month from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m., we log in or we show up in person, usually both. And I ask, Flowing Brook, what do you want to learn? Kevin, what do you want to learn? Seth, what do you want to learn? Brenton, what do you want to learn? And I write down what you want to know about on my whiteboard. I step back. I look at the connecting threads. I see where all of these different things intersect. and I create a lesson plan for you and the group right on the spot. And for the next 4 to 6 hours, I drill you on those skills specifically until you can do it in your sleep. Now, we cover everything in the mastermind. It has to do with influencing human beings and probability. So everything from energy healing, law of attraction, traumatology, attraction, dating, marketing, business development, accelerated learning, past life regression, regression therapy, hypnotic language patterns, you name it. If it involves the mind, the body, and energy, it's probably in there, or we've done it or will be doing it. Okay. Now, you're going to get 3 months of complete access to my community. People who are, all my masterminders, please type in your name in the chat, say me in the chat. The mastermind people are some of the most caring, loving, supportive people I've ever met. They are passionate about all of these things, just like you. And they want to know you, and they want to help you and work with you. These are people that absolutely love this stuff, and they no longer feel like an outsider wandering alone in the wilderness. So if you've ever felt that way, try the Mastermind Mentoring Program for the 3-month trial. If you like it, stay. If you don't, let us know, and we'll remove you from the group. If you want to stay, let us know. We'll show you how to maintain your membership. Now, that's just part of it. The other thing I want you to know is that since 2010, we have videotaped every single training session we've ever run. Okay? As a member of our Mastermind Mentoring Program, you will get unlimited access to the entire 11-year archive. Thousands of hours of video that have never seen the light of day, that are only available to our private elite mastermind members. You can binge watch it to your heart's content. If you like binge watching what we do on YouTube, you'll love the mastermind, and it covers everything, right? Because it is member driven, it's a little bit more organic in terms of what we cover on a day-to-day. There's a lot of repetition, but if you have a question, chances are your answer's in there. Okay? So I just wanted to kind of jump off the PowerPoint for a moment and really explain the value of this, because one of the things that you need, it's important to have a good comprehensive package like we're sharing with you. The other important thing you need is opportunities to practice, opportunities to get real world feedback on these things, bodies so that you can practice your face reading, practice your rapport skills, practice your language patterns, and get feedback from me, feedback from other humans who don't know you, right? It's the fastest way to level up. We're going to give this to you absolutely free because we want you to succeed. You do us no good as a community as a failure. We want to give you every opportunity to get this going. This is a $1,997 value. We're going to give it to you absolutely free as one of the first 25 people to jump into this program. We want you to win. And so this is how we're going to do that. Okay, we're here to support you. So let me jump back to my presentation, and we'll go from there. Also, for those of you who are fast action takers, for those of you who know that this is where you need to go and this is where you belong, we're also going to throw in one of our cooler classes. This is face reading level 2. This is going to pick up where face reading level 1 wears off and take you even deeper into the art and science of face reading for persuasion and influence purposes. Okay? We have other trainings where you'll be able to get into the healing aspect applications of this. You'll be able to look at people's ears, tell you what level of fear they have in their life, their risk-taking abilities and assessments, how bossy someone is, someone's tolerance of authority, how generous someone may or may not be, right? All these things and more are part of the face reading level 2 program. And you'll literally be able to create a complete personality profile in as little as 90 seconds, okay? It's a $1,997 value. We're gonna give this to you for free. Total combined value, if you do all the math, my friends, is $13,661. Okay, it's huge, huge, huge. Anyway, but you know what? I like to do things in threes. We're not done yet, and I know a lot of you would very much like the ability to spend some time in person with me, and I want to make that happen for you. So for those of you who grab this offer before I log off tonight's webinar, I'm going to give you this. A free VIP super ticket to our next Face Reading Live Certification Boot Camp in Dallas, Texas, April 25th through the 27th. In this face reading program, you will learn the secrets of face reading for persuasion and influence. You will learn how to gauge and understand people's trauma history, the timeline of their life. You will be able to look at somebody's face, and you can actually tell them if they had trouble when they were being born in utero. You'll be able to tell if when people's siblings were born. You'll be able to predict in many cases, or in retrocognitively, you'll be able to tell when people had accidents in their life, when people might be having accidents in their life. You'll be able to gauge the health, the lifestyle, and the constitution of anyone you meet. You'll understand the difference between the terms Jing and Qi and Shen, and what these three substances mean to the health and well-being of a human being. You'll be able to look at the colorations in people's faces and diagnose with a pretty high degree of certainty if something's going on with their heart, their liver, their kidney, their lungs, their spleen. And you can use that material to influence people both for their health and welfare, their emotional well-being, or in your business applications. You'll be able to understand the markings and the energy blockages in their face and know where they're strong, what talents they have, where they're weak, where places you shouldn't put them. We're going to lock you in a room with me for 3 solid days, and we're going to turn you into a face reading super person. It's a $2,750 value. We're going to give this to you absolutely free. Now, let me tell you something a little bit about our VIP ticket program. Our VIP ticket program, once you have this ticket, you have it until you use it. So if it takes you 5 years to get to a face reading certification, that ticket is still good. If we raise the price between now and those 5 years, you don't pay a dime. You go right to the front of the room. You get, if there's a line, you go to the head of it. If you want to gift that ticket to somebody else who you think would benefit from coming to our live training, you can do that. If something happens at the last minute that you can't come to the training, all you got to do is pick up the phone or send us an email, let us know. We'll move you to the next face reading certification. If the training is full, we anticipate it will fill up very, very quickly, and your schedule suddenly frees up at the last minute, but it's sold out. If you have a VIP ticket, we will make a seat just for you. That is your privilege. That's what having a super VIP ticket actually means. If we do a face reading training in some place other than the United States, or Europe or Great Britain, where the exchange rate is, pound sterling or euros, and you have to pay that difference, you won't have to pay that difference. Money no longer matters. You have a price guarantee. No matter where we do that face reading training, you will get in for free. It's my gift to you, because not only do I want you to have this information in your collection and in your memory bank from the videos, I want you in the room with me so I can make sure you embody this training. Okay? Total combined value. You'll be able to instantly read people's personality, understand how they think, feel, and behave, measure their sexual romantic compatibility, the current state of their physical and emotional health, uncover and resolve forgotten traumas, their relationships and with their parents and their siblings, and how they make decisions, and much, much more. I want to give this to you absolutely free. Total combined value. If you look at the entire face reading, how to read anyone home study course, you're looking at $16,411 if you were to try to buy all of these things individually. It's all yours. Secrets of Face Reading Home Study Course, $1,997 value. Defense Against the Dark Arts Home Study Course, $4,576 value. We're going to give it to you free. The Real World Hypnosis Identity by Design Home Study Course, $1,597 value. We're going to give it to you free. The People Reading for Fun and Profit Home Study Course, $1,497 value. We're going to give it to you for free. We're going to give you 3-month trial membership to the NLP Power Mastermind Mentoring Program and full unfettered access for those 90 days to the entire archive of 11 years of hardcore hands-on training that you can binge watch to your heart's content. It's a $1,997 value. We're going to give it to you free. And finally, the Face Reading for Profit Level 2 Home Study Course, $1,997 value. We're going to give it to you free. To really round out your training, we're going to give you the Face Reading and Human Influence VIP Super Ticket, 3-day certification boot camp, April 25th to the 27th, 2023 in Dallas, Texas. It's a $2,750 value. We're going to give it to you absolutely free. Your investment today is one low installment of just $1,497, Or you can break that up into 4 easy payments, 4 easy installments of just $397 each. All you got to do to grab yours right now, and I mean right now, is go to www.davidsnyder.nlp.com/FACE. That's www.davidsnyder.nlp.com/FACE. One more time with feeling. Go now. www.davidsnyder.nlp.com/FACE. Okay. That being said, while you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead, as is my custom, I'm going to go ahead and give us a 7-minute break to use the restroom, finalize your package, any questions that you may have, right? And then when we come back from our break, we're going to enter phase 3 of our webinar. We're going to start going through the emotions of the face. We're going to merge into what we call the face reading AMA, where you get to ask me any question you want, and I will give you the answers to that question, to those questions. Okay. So again, it is 5:45. Let's come back at 5:53, and we will begin with part 3, emotions of the face, and things, and we'll start actually contextualizing some of our influence. But go right now, get your course right now. Go to www.davidsnydernlp.com/FACE. That's www.davidsnydernlp.com/FACE. And we will see you in 7 minutes. Okay, my friends, we are back. Now, before we transition into part 3, does anybody have questions that I can answer for you? Anything that I can, any sticking points or things you want me to go over before we go back into emotions in the face? And is that where you guys want to go? Do you guys want to know about emotions? Hold on a second. If we see a face as a screen or monitor of a body, need to repair, you mean zone 1? Okay, Ali, I'm not sure I understand your question. If you can maybe clarify it a little bit for me. There, believe it or not, in your question, there actually is a correlation between the reptile, the neocortex, the mammalian brain, and the reptilian brain. But that's not something we're going to cover on a webinar. We'll actually talk about that in the face reading classes. There's all kinds of really cool correspondences. I want to know, can it easily remove or add a new scar? Pardon me. I wolfed down an apple during the break. One of the interesting things about scars, really quickly, is that anything that changes the Jing level, which you'll learn about in Dallas, which all, in fact, the big emphasis of the Dallas training is the Jing level of the human mind and body. And you'll learn a lot about Jing blockages for health and constitution and what that means. What's interesting is that if you have, like, say I have my river of life goes right down the center of my face. If I have a scar across that facial zone, that can actually significantly impact the flow of energy throughout the course of my life in terms of finances, in terms of overall health and wellness. It can also, it can actually cause me to have a problem in my 20s. So like if you, the chronology for people starts at 15 and goes down the and zigzags down the forehead. So if I have a scar here, that can cause me a lot of problems. If I have a scar at other places, a lot of times there's this is where it gets kind of woo-woo, but you don't have to believe it, just experience it. A lot of times people will mark when events will happen in their life on their face. Like one of the coolest things, and it's probably the easiest one to prove, is siblings will, children will often mark the year when their siblings will be born. You can see it on their ears. Okay, not the parents, the children. The children mark when their siblings are going to be born. If you modify the bony architecture of the face, it can significantly impact your skills and abilities, not just your personality, but your actual physical abilities. Lillian tells a story one time about a client she had who had this very, very pronounced, almost Cro-Magnon level jaw. And he was a superstar athlete. And as a graduation present from high school, his mother got him plastic surgery, had his jaw fixed. And from the moment he came back, he lost his ability to play football. He was on the fast track to college scholarships, the pros, you name it. He lost a huge amount of his athletic ability because they removed so much bone from the body. That's this is your treasure. They call it your Jing, right? And you'll learn about this a lot. In fact, the training in Dallas is going to focus on this Jing level, this pure raw potential that every human being has, how to read it, and how to work with it, preserve it, magnify it, stuff like that. Which the modern version, the communist version, the post-communist version of Chinese medicine says you can't do, but the ancient forms of medicine say yes, you can. Right? We're going to show you some of the practices for that as well. So, like I said, my goal is to perpetuate the lineage I was given, but also to add to that lineage, to flesh it out, to build it, to make it even better, right? And so I'm continuing to do the research. That's one of the reasons I'm doing the Chinese energetic medicine thing. But going back to scars are really powerful. And you can tell, and this is one of the ways that we proved face reading over and over and over again. Someone will come up to me and say, I have a scar right here. What is it? And I'll ask, and I'll look at the age of like 23, 22 to 24. I said, what happened when you were 23? Oh, I had a car accident. Boom. I said, was the scar there before that? I said, yes. He says, yes. He's like, oh my God, right? It's crazy, right? This, again, you don't got to believe it. That's what's cool. Now, the other thing that's going to be hard for you people to believe, and you may have heard me say this on other webinars and things like that, but one of the things that's going to be really hard to believe is that when you actually help somebody resolve some of these emotions that we're going to talk about in a moment, the marking goes away, the face changes. I did so now, I was the, from across the freaking symposium, you heard David Snyder go, Mercer! Right? And sure enough, I got into a face reading class on the very last day of, the training. Lillian brought in random strangers. I had no idea who any of these people were. Nobody, neither did anybody else. And she would assign us to a person, and she would say, okay, you read his face, and they would take a before picture. Like they had a wall, good lighting. They'd take a picture of him. I'd take him off. I'd do the reading. Just before he went home, they took another picture. He went off after everybody left. Lillian would put the pictures side by side, and they were different faces. Like literally different faces. Face readers, if you've seen somebody's face change right in front of you as a byproduct of this training, type yes in the chat, or type yes, it's true in the chat. Seth says, I've seen faces change. Liam says true. It's crazy, isn't it? Now, a lot of you guys who are healers and therapists who've successfully worked with somebody, you probably had people's faces change in front of you too, but you weren't sensitized to it, so you didn't notice. But when you start, it's crazy. One of Lillian's assistants, Kelly, who's probably the most qualified of all of Lillian's students to take over her lineage, but she's not. I don't know why. I saw pictures of Kelly 20 years ago when she first started working with Lillian. And she looked like, she was in her 30s or 40s. She looked like an old woman, the wrinkles everywhere. And then I saw pictures of her like 3 or 4 years ago. We were at a Jing training. And I saw modern pictures. There's not a mark on her face. The wrinkles are all gone. It's crazy. It's crazy. Liam says, I've seen faces get younger before my eyes. Bingo. It's crazy, right? This is, for those of you who are kind of treading that line between 3 dimensions and multi-dimensions and aren't sure where you fit in that continuum, this is actually a great place to kind of explore real world application and the borderline of woo. This will actually expand your experience of the world. You'll see the matrix on a whole different level. Craig says, I do cranial osteopathy and can corroborate facial change observation. Boom, there it is. See, I'm not the only one who's crazy, right? We'll show you how to do, you'll do this faster. Again, face reading, I think if you're any kind of caregiver, you need to have this skill set. I think if you're any kind of influence professional, you need to have this skill set, right? It's just one of those things you can't afford to be without. And I would really like you to come to Dallas and play with us and really have some fun. Okay. So that being said, you know, I'll flash back periodically. Eileen says, I'm in. Perfect, Eileen. I'm glad you're with us, sweetie. Anybody else with us? Who else is with us on that? Who's coming out? Who's coming to Dallas? Ashley says, yay. Wendy says, I'm in. My hero. Cool. All right. Seth says, I'll be there. No, Seth is great. Johnny Eagle says, possibly. Okay. All right. Likely bought the ticket. Come to Hawaii. I'm working on that. Okay. Greg says, I bought the package, just can't make it this year. That's fine. You have your ticket. Next time we have a face reading training, you'll hear about it. You just let Stephanie know you have the ticket. He'll come in. Elizabeth says, Hilo, not Kona. Am I in Dallas right now? No, I'll be there in April. We're actually testing Dallas as a potential hub for further trainings. Right now, our hub is going to be Vegas because it's just easiest to get to. It's the cheapest for most people. But we have a huge fan base in Dallas, in Texas in general. So we're giving you guys a shot. You know, we want to be available to you guys. And we're going to test it out. And then if it works out for us, we'll do more events in Dallas. I'm excited about it because I used to live in Norman, Oklahoma. So I used to drive back and forth between Dallas all the time. Do I have to be vaccinated? I don't think so, Wendy. All right, where are you coming from? Where are you coming from? Sydney? No, I don't think, because we don't need a vaccination to go to Sydney. So I don't think you need one to come in. Right? Do your due diligence on that though. Okay. Stephanie says no, don't. We're kind of up on the whole Sydney thing because we're going to Australia in May, and so we're going to be there for actually 2 trainings. If you're interested, we'll tell you about that. And if for any of you who are in Australia and you can't come to face reading, which I want you to, but if you'd rather use that ticket for one of the trainings we're going to do in Australia, let Stephanie know. And we'll see what we can do about getting you in. Timothy, not in Dallas, and your taxes will thank you for coming to Texas. You know what, Timothy? I believe you. I believe you. Okay. All right. Let's go. Let's talk. Do you guys want to talk about emotions, or is there some other aspect of face reading you guys want to talk about? What do you want to talk about? Len says, I'm in. Also, Aaron, my son is using what he learned at Killer Influence with great success. Bingo. You rock, David. I'm eternally grateful for what you taught him. Well, you know what? Thank you, Len. But it's a team effort. I had some great people as handlers. They were doing amazing stuff. And you guys were in a fantastic class. I can't wait to see you guys again. Elizabeth wants to know, how do I access the classes? Reach out to Stephanie at 858-282-4663. And she'll walk you through it. Trauma and emotions. Okay, we can do that. Timothy says lying or hiding or holding info back. I can do that. All right. Well, there's a lot to the emotions. So let's start there. Okay. If there's anything else that comes up, you'd love to learn how to repair scars. Actually, that's more from my my Qigong training, but I can give you a little primer on how it works. Luck features. If I have time, Alex, I'll see what I can do with that. Okay. Let's start with emotions though. Let's jump into that. Let me pull up my OneNote. Emotions. And I got to be honest, you know, I told you about the decision-making thing as being one of the biggest OMG moments ever. This one that we're going to be going into next was the deal sealer for me. Let me see if I can just make this a little bit bigger before I share it. Why is it being a butthead? Okay. So hopefully you guys can see this. Share screen. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Thank you for your patience with my my slow going on sharing and screen sharing and bouncing from one platform to the next. And you guys, this is a copyrighted image. Okay, so I don't mind if you, I mean, it's from Lillian's book. So I would appreciate if you would respect the intellectual property. I think it's okay for you to take a screenshot of it, but please don't publish it anywhere. Okay. I'm actually having an artist start to render some other drawings and stuff like that. When Lillian was alive, she was pretty adamant about people not using her materials. She passed away in 2019, 2020, I think, something like that. I can't remember. No, it's 2020. I think she passed away. So obviously she's not going to be quite as adamant about people using her materials or not. But out of respect for her and people who are in the lineage, use it for yourself, but please avoid sharing it. I know if you look hard enough, you'll probably find this thing on Google Images. Somebody somewhere copied it. But so let's start off with Oh God, this is frustrating. Hold on a second. I just need to make this bigger, apparently. Here we go. All right, that's better. So we're gonna, if we could imagine drawing a clock face, this 12 o'clock is up here and 6 o'clock is down here. We're gonna go clockwise, and we're gonna go in groups of 3 to 5. So the first place I want us to look at is skepticism. Skepticism can be seen by a line, a wrinkle, that starts at about the middle of the eyebrow and migrates laterally from the midline to the lateral border of the eyebrow. When you see people with this line, these are people who tend to take nothing at face value. They're going to come at anything you tell them with a heavy dose of skepticism and prove-itness. So when you see this line, you better make sure that you have your ducks in a row, because they're going to call you on it. They're not going to take everything you say at face value. No, Lillian passed away. Ashwin, Lillian passed away, I believe, was in 2020. And it was a great loss to the face reading world. Her book, Face Reading in Chinese Medicine, is required for all of my classes. So if you don't have it, I recommend you grab it. Okay. Another line we want to look at starts at the outer canthi, and it migrates upward. This is a joy line. Now, these are fairly, we call these crow's feet or laugh lines. One of the things if we were doing active profiling, and the difference between what I call active profiling and passive profiling. So let me kind of put that out there. So all of this is all about profiling personality, but you have two kinds of profiling. You have active and passive. Active profiling, you can think of as micro expressions, minute changes that happen in the moment, right? So if I'm talking to somebody and all of a sudden they have this rush of emotion that they have to suppress, right? That would be, and you'd see it flash across their face. That would be an example of active profiling or micro expressions. Let me just make this a little bit smaller. Okay. Face reading that we're learning is what we call, this would be passive face reading. This would be the consequence of a lifetime of micro expressions. So these stick around. These are always present. That makes any kind of sense? Right? Whereas micro expressions come and go, right? So skepticism, joy. Now, if we're looking at this joy line, the joy line should never, in a healthy person, the joy line should never travel past the eyebrow. Okay. In situations where we see the joy line passing the eyebrow, this verges on what the Chinese systems call mania or hyperactivity. This is someone who'd be up at 3 o'clock in the morning texting, maybe borderline, bipolar, right? These are people who have an unhealthy pathological level of neurological arousal going on in their systems. Okay. Okay. So once again, you can see a yin and, or a healthy versus, hold on a second, a healthy versus a pathological change here. So you have health over here, and you have unhealthy here. Let me go ahead and open it up for questions. So all emotions come with age? No, not necessarily. What happens a lot of times is the way you process or refuse to process emotions will dictate most of the markings on your face. This is one of the reasons why we tend not to, and so the Chinese would say, or the Asian systems would say, when you're born, you're as close to your original face as you'll ever be. When you hit your 40s and 50s, you've got the face you deserve, right? So when you come into this world, you're this beautiful, radiant light spirit in a physical body. Your spirit is radiant, and it's making that body grow and prosper and become strong. But as you go through life experiences, traumas, things of that nature, the emotional baggage that you accumulate starts to dim that light, especially if you can't let it go. And that buildup of toxified emotion is what causes the body to age and die. And as you process those things out, face reading is one way to do that. As you process those things out, you start to look younger because more of your spirit comes back into your body, and the body starts to reverse the aging process. So Holistic Star is saying, what's the best way to release emotions attached to those lines? I love hearing what you say, that a face can change in a weekend. Oh, it can change faster than a weekend. But there are several ways to do this. Face reading has its own unique way of doing it. It's through dialogue and reframing. Lillian would call it compassion. I called it, when I watched Lillian do it, I nicknamed it compassionate provocation. If she was drawn to a marking on the face, we would just ask questions about it and what it meant based on what we were taught. And we would look for the Shen, the spirit in a person's body, to change. Now, one of the ways that you calibrate Shen or spirit is the light behind the eyes. When when their spirit comes into their body, the eyes light up, the skin lights up. If you've ever seen somebody go from completely depressed and then you hand them a puppy and they light up like a Christmas tree, what you're seeing is what we call a Shen in moment, or Shen in body moment. In that moment of joy and elation, the spirit rushes into the body, and the light from the heart shines out through the eyes and beneath the skin. Conversely, when you see somebody get bad news and they go into sadness or grief, you'll see the light and the light behind the eyes and the light under the skin begin to diminish. Right? This is called a Shen out of body moment. And that's what happens in moments of trauma. When the Shen leaves the body, when your spiritual energy, your spiritual vessel leaves your body, the body starts to break down. When the spiritual vessel merges more fully with the body starts to get healthier. Okay? It reverses entropy. Right? And so as a face reader, this is one of the things that we look for when we're talking about markings on the face, okay? Because as I'm talking, we're going to talk about sadness lines and grief lines in a minute. Let's say I'm talking about, I could see on somebody's face, they have a huge amount of unprocessed grief or sadness. What I'll do is I'll say, you have a beautiful cheekbone, but I notice you have some very deep, long lines there. And that often indicates somebody who's had a lot of things that they've loved that they've lost and they haven't finished grieving about yet. Does anything come to mind when you think about that? And I'm going to watch their eyes, because the moment they tap into it, you'll see the eyes spark, right? You've literally forced the spirit back into the body. And the idea is, I'm going to keep provoking that response until they release that emotion. Once they've released that emotion, then I'm going to help them reframe the experience so that it becomes something positive that they've learned. And if I've done that properly, the marking will start to fade and diminish. Okay? Lots of ways to do that. Okay? But that's what I call compassionate provocation. Lillian used to have a problem trying to figure out if she did a good job or not, because in order for her to facilitate a healing, she'd have to get these people to emotionally react and vent stuff. And so she started relying on, did the person have more Shen after the reading than they did before the reading? If the person left the session with more in their body than when they left, she considered that a success. Okay, so does that make sense? Does that help? Kind of went off on a little bit of a tangent there. Are we clear on skepticism and sadness? Okay, or skepticism and joy and mania, right? Lisa says, I see a face change before and after client sessions. Very good. Yeah, I do too, all the time, right? So the next couple lines we're going to look at. So we talked about, let me go back to sharing my screen. So we talked again about skepticism. We talked about joy, and we kind of compared that with hyperactivity or mania. The next thing we're going to look at is sadness. Now, sadness is kind of on a continuum. This whole area is related to the lung. So a lot of times what you'll see in this area, if you're a nurse or a physician or an acupuncturist, a lot of times people will come to you with lung issues. And if you see these lines going through the lung area of the face, you can almost bet dollars to donuts that they've been stuffing down and holding in grief, sadness, or sorrow. Okay. We'll talk about lost loves also in just a moment. But let's look at this. All of these are related to loss. So the first line we want to look at is the sadness line. It starts at the outer canthi, and it's a short line. It travels very short, usually doesn't break the cheekbone or doesn't break the line of the cheekbone. This is someone who's been holding in a lot of sadness that they haven't fully processed. Okay. Now, the deeper and longer the lines, the older and more repressed the energy tends to be. Okay. If you see a line that starts to trend from the outer corner of the eye and contours that cheekbone, now you're looking at sorrow. This is a deeper, more stagnant level of sadness. You can feel sad if you don't win the lotto, or somebody takes your favorite pair of shoes or something like that. You can also feel angry. Sorrow happens when you lose something or someone you love, right? It's a deeper, it's just a more solid level of sorrow. But the deeper and longer these lines, the older it is. Also, the further back the lines travel, the older it is. Okay, you don't need to worry about judging how long somebody's had something for right now. It's enough to know if they're at the sadness level, the sorrow level, or when that line travels all the way down the cheekbone, almost to the jawline, anywhere in here really, you're looking at grief. And this almost always happens from the loss of a loved one or a significant other. And when I see grief, what I see a lot of times is that people have given themselves an arbitrary amount of time to grieve. And when they reach that point they've set in stone, that it's okay, I've given myself this much time to grieve, now I'm done, and they stuff down the rest of it, that's where these lines start to come from, in my opinion. Okay. You can't arbitrarily set a time limit for how long you need to grieve. But anytime you see these lines, you're looking at unprocessed grief. Okay. So let's just review really, really quick. Skepticism starts as a line at the middle of the eyebrow, moving laterally. Joy starts at the outer canthus, trending upward, ending before the eyebrow. Mania starts at the outer canthus as a joy line, but then keeps going till it passes the eyebrow. Sadness, sorrow, and grief all start from the same place, but the longer and deeper the lines, it's like a continuum. It goes from sadness, then it goes to sorrow, then it goes to grief. Right? Grief and sorrow are really kind of, in my opinion, the most problematic of the loss-based emotions. Okay. We're going to cover lost loves and disempowerment next. But before we do, I want to remind you that we still have a few slots left for the amazingly cool offer, our super face reading, how to read anyone super package. So let's just go take a moment and review that for you. So for those of you who are on the fence, again, the Jing stuff, a lot of this will be going over in much greater detail in Dallas, as well as in your home study course. Secrets of Face Reading home study course is a $1,997 value. It includes our patented Defense Against the Dark Arts home study course. It's a $4,576 value. Real World Hypnosis Identity by Design home study course, $1,597 value. We're going to give that to you free. The People Reading for Fun and Profit home study course, the Body Language Secrets and Influence home study course, $1,497. We're going to give that to you absolutely free. The Face Reading, the NLP Power Mastermind Mentoring Program, plus the 11-year video archive, 3-month trial, $1,997. We're going to give that to you absolutely free. The Face Reading for Fun and Profit Level 2 home study course picks up where Level 1 leaves off, $1,997 value. We're going to give that to you for free. And of course, the Face Reading and Human Influence VIP Super Ticket, 3-day certification boot camp live, April 25th to the 27th, 2023 in Dallas, Texas. It's a $2,750 value. We're going to give that to you absolutely free. Total package value is $16,411. All you need to do to reserve your spot now to save your package and get started immediately is for one low installment, go to www.davidsnydernlp.com/face. Click that link now. It's only $14.97. Or if you need to, you can break that up into smaller payments of 4 easy payments of just $3.97 each. Click the link, www.davidsnydernlp.com/face. Click the link right now, www.davidsnydernlp.com/face. Keep in mind, when I log off the webinar tonight, the fast action bonuses go away. You can, what I mean by that is, you'll have until 11:59 p.m. tonight to get the primary course, which is Secrets of Face Reading, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Real World Hypnosis Identity by Design, and People Reading for Fun and Profit. That's the primary offer. The fast action bonuses go away as soon as I log off the webinar. So you'll lose the NLP Power Mastermind Mentoring Trial and the archive. You'll lose the Face Reading for Fun and Profit Level 2, and you'll lose the VIP Super Ticket. So if you want the biggest bang for your buck, and you know you deserve it, okay, I can't encourage you enough to click that link right now. Remember, you've got 60 days. If you're not getting what you need out of it after within 60 days, let us know. We'll refund your money, or we'll walk you through the sticking points. Whatever we got to do to make you successful, that's what we're going to do. Total package value is $16,411. Click that link right now for just one low installment of $14.97 or 4 easy installments at just $3.97. www.davidsnydernlp.com/face. That being said, let's face other things. And we go to this and back to face reading. Okay, so we should be back at our face reading. Good. So let's talk about lost loves for just a moment. Lost loves is a little bit of a different animal. In my experience, all of the pathological emotions that relate to the lungs, by the way, there are others, which we'll teach you about in vibrational influence and vibrational healing. But the big ones you're going to see most often are going to be sadness, sorrow, and grief. One of the ones that kind of screws people up is this concept of lost loves. Because the first thing that pops to mind when people talk about lost loves is that they've lost a person. But that's not necessarily true. Lost loves can often indicate an activity that somebody loved. Now, one of the things we talk about in face reading is something called your original face or your golden path. Okay. And you heard me say earlier that based in the Chinese system, they say that when you're born, you're never closer to your original face as when you're born. So what does that actually mean? You're not a body. You're a light creating a body. That body's appearance changes as your frequencies change, right? Did I get the dates wrong? Okay, All right, I must have missed that. I will, pardon me. The dates for the live training are April 13th to the 15th. My bad. My bad. Okay, I don't know how I screwed that up, but anyway. All right, so yeah, April 13th through the 15th is the live training. I hope that doesn't screw anybody's plans up. If it does, let us know. We'll move you to another training. All right. So going back to this original face idea, right? I'm curious, how many of you have ever said what I'm about, have ever heard what I'm about to say? Either you said it yourself or you heard somebody else say it, or one of your clients said it. How many of you have ever heard this? I know I'm meant to do something important in this life if I could only figure out what it was. Have any of you ever heard that expression or something similar? Okay, Lisa says yes. Anybody else? Yes, Wendy says. Okay. All right. Every human being that incarnates comes in with what they call a golden path. And this is the spiritual mission that you came here to fulfill. And it's usually not one thing. It's usually a tiered number of things you're meant to do. And so part of the Taoist and the Buddhist systems is about, after you incarnate and you go through a body of life experiences, how do you get back to your original face? The original face is that pure spiritual being that you are or were when you took on a body, that came here to do something important. So we have and the Taoists call that a golden path. A golden path is your mission in this life. Now, it's not a job. It can encompass many jobs, but it's a life direction. And so one of the things, and how does this relate to lost loves? When you see markings like this lost love marking, what you're usually seeing is somebody who had been involved in an activity or a relationship that was part of that spiritual mission or golden path. And you can always tell these things because when you do them, you light up like a Christmas tree. You can be dog-ass tired, right? You've just gone 6 rounds with Muhammad Ali. Somebody mentions an opportunity to do this thing or be with this one person, and energy comes out of nowhere, right? Have you guys ever had an experience like that? Yes or no? Okay. Those activities, those relationships were a destined part of your golden path in this life. So what happens a lot of times is if you're going through life and you lose the ability to participate in that particular activity or that relationship, you go through a grieving process and you will mark from the inner canthus down over that cheekbone, and it merges with the sadness lines. So let me just kind of annotate this for you a little bit. So once again, now I've seen this line manifest 2 different ways. I've seen it exactly like you see here, where it starts at the inner canthi and it just flows down. Now, the longer and deeper the line, the greater the loss. The longer and deeper the line, the greater and older the loss, okay? But sometimes what happens is the line starts at the inner canthus, but it comes across, merges with the sorrow or grief line, and then moves down. Okay, so anytime you see this kind of a marking, this is somebody who's lost something that was such an important part of their identity and their value system that they simply can't let it go. Part of your job as a healer, part of your job as a face reader, part of your job as someone who's using face reading to become the best version of yourself is to find a way to reclaim these lost loves. And when you do that, you'll start to be able to process this loss, and these lines will start to go away or will start to fade. Okay, so this is a really, really important line. Okay, especially when we're doing golden path training. You'll learn a lot about them in the Jing training coming up in Dallas, April 13th through the 15th. So once again, quick review. You've got skepticism, mania, joy, sadness, grief, and sorrow, lost loves. Before we move on deeper, do you have any questions for me? Now, YouTube's on a little bit of a delay, so I'll follow up with you guys. When he says shame, yeah, it's a shame. Yeah, I do have photos, but again, it would make the presentation a little too long. And during the live event and during your face reading course, you'll get lots of pictures. The class, we record all of our classes, folks. It's just we don't always release all of them. So any questions about what we've covered so far in terms of the traits? Bueller? Okay, then let's move on. Next set of lines I want to cover. Actually, we're going to cover one more line right by the nose. And this is called a disempowerment line. That's what Lillian called it. I'm not a big fan of that label, but I'll explain it to you and you can decide which label you want to use. Anytime you see lines that travel diagonally down the side of the nose, okay, you're seeing someone who is exhibiting a form of disempowerment. Now, let me explain what this means. And again, I will stop the screen share here. I will click out of this here, and we'll talk about this. When you see lines that travel down the side of the nose, and I've seen lines that look like somebody took an X-Acto blade or a razor blade and etched lines into the side of the person's nose. What you're seeing is a form of trauma and a response to trauma. This trauma has to do with, all trauma has to do with boundary violations. But many times the behaviors people exhibit when their boundaries are violated determine what kind of facial markings they get. So in this particular example, when you've, in disempowerment, somebody has violated a person's boundaries. And the person who was being violated got upset. Maybe they got angry, right? And they pushed back, or they tried to push back, right? They said, no, that's not good. I'm not going to let you do that, right? That's not acceptable. And when they pushed back, the aggressor got even more aggressive and just overwhelmed them with force, of some emotional force, physical force, extortion, gaslighting, whatever. And as a means of self-protection, the person lapses into appeasement. In other words, they just, okay, whatever you say, whatever you want, just don't hit me again, just don't get mad. And so from that moment forward, anytime the aggressor expresses displeasure, they lapse into a form of appeasement behavior, right? The best example I can probably give you, it's probably not PC to talk about anymore, but back in the 70s and 80s, there was this television show called All in the Family. Does anybody remember that? If not, look up the reruns. Right? Does anybody here remember that show, All in the Family? If you are, you're as old as me, right? Now, in that show, there was a character named Edith, played by actress Maureen Stapleton, or Jean Stapleton. And everything about her was about appeasing her husband, Archie, who was the quintessential bigot, right? That's okay, Archie, just don't get mad. I'll take care of it. It's all right, Archie, right? When you see markings down the side of the nose, either currently or in the past, this person has been the target of some overwhelming boundary violations that cause them to take on these appeasing, supplicating, placating behaviors. Okay. Lillian called them disempowerment lines. And I can see where she's coming from that, but they don't really, in my opinion, they don't really explain the behavior, right? So I use the term appeasement lines because that's the behavior. That's what people lapse into, right? They lapse into this appeasing, placating, making it better. Please don't hit me again. Please stop yelling behavior, just to get everything to be okay, right? So when I see clients come into my clinic and I see this, I know at some point, maybe not right away, but at some point I'm going to be cleaning up some kind of abuse or bullying or something, right? So for those of you who see clients, be very aware when you see this kind of a marking on a person's face. And I've seen it on boys and men too, right? But I see it a lot in females. Okay. So questions about appeasement lines. Archie always told her to stifle it. Yes. Right. When you said from the father. Okay. Okay, let's do a couple more. Is this useful, by the way? Are you guys learning anything? Cool. Can you guys, let me ask you a question. I don't usually ask this question, but are you guys kind of already figuring out ways that you can use this material out in the world? Wendy says, can't wait to start. Very good. And by the way, it's okay if you can't yet. There may be some skills. There may be some other skill sets that you need, and we'll have to. Okay, cool. Right. We got a lot of caregivers out there, I can tell. Not yet for sales. Again, the decision-making stuff that we started at the beginning of the webinar is for the selling. Okay. And it's okay. There'll be lots of other things you can use. All the time, need face reading too as well. Okay, let's get back to training. Try it tomorrow for sure. By the way, I recommend you go out and you just start offering to read people's faces. Tell them that you took this really cool course on psychotherapy or personality profiling, and start telling them about themselves and see how many hits you get. You may be surprised. Elizabeth says, no, but I bought the course for the other ones. That seemed interesting. Okay, perfect. Trust me, you're going to get so much. If you're not in it, let me tell you something. When I was putting this package together, I'm thinking to myself, what am I doing? I'm like, this is like nuclear. These people are going to be like, their lives are going to completely shift after this. I've never offered a package like that. So, and I don't know if I'll do it again because the more I look at it, the more I'm like, damn. So what does purpose mean? So you talking about the purpose lines, Elizabeth? Is that what you're asking about? We're getting to it. Okay. Purpose lines are an indicator that you're actually on your golden path. Okay. We'll talk about those in just a moment. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Back to this. Okay. So our next set that we're going to look at, let me just clear these lines off. We're going clockwise down the face. So the lines I want you to look at now are what we call bitterness or disappointment, over nurturing, and bitterness. Okay. Now, humor can be seen by a line right down the center of the lip. So if you see people with a very pronounced line right down the center of their lip, these are people that appreciate a good joke. They can often tell a good joke. However, if you, these three, I want for those, especially for those of you who are therapists, caregivers, whatever, I want you to pay very close attention when you see these three showing up on the same face. And I'll explain that in a minute. So the first line I want you to look at, and I see this a lot in older people, but I also see it a lot in nurses, home health aides, in living caregiving or daycare workers. And this is called overnurturing. And these can be seen as little short lines just above the lip. You also see this a lot in smokers, and I have a feeling that it's because people are smoking as a form of self-care, as a form of self-nurturing. So not only does the puckering of the cigarette create these lines, the fact that they're usually feeling like they're giving and they're giving and they're giving and they're giving and they're not getting back is what creates these lines. Now, one of the important things to remember, health-wise, let me show you this really quickly. If you look at the mouth area, you'll see that right around the mouth area, you have the reproductive organs, you have the stomach, and the intestines. This is going to be important because when we go back, when you see these lines on people, chances are they're housing a lot of disappointment and bitterness because they keep giving and giving and giving, and they never get back to the same degree that they feel that they're giving to other people. And so they're literally giving away their energy, their jing, for others. As I like to call it, they're giving away their future for the sake of somebody's present, right? So if you see classic caregivers, you'll see this. Now, the other thing you can start, there's a correlation here, is many times in cases of bitterness, disappointment, and over-nurturing, you're also going to see intestinal and stomach issues, ulcers, Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, IBS. These are things that you will see, colon cancer. These are things that will start to manifest. That's why you have to be really careful when you see these three traits appearing together. Now, if you have these three, it doesn't mean you're going to get cancer, right? What it does mean, though, is that you are on the you have a higher probability of it, because what happens is cancer there's no such thing as an emotionally healthy cancer patient. And so what happens a lot of times when people get in a situation where they're just constantly being taken from over and over and over and over again, first they start to get drained. Then they start waiting for the return, because they were taught when they were little that if you give, that the world will give back to you in the same degree that you're giving. But it doesn't happen, because they give to the wrong people for the wrong reasons, and they just keep sucking up, and they just keep getting the life drained out of them. And eventually that drain, they start to realize that things aren't going to change, but they still keep playing by those rules because they're operating from a map of the world that says, this is the way the world's supposed to be, this is the rule, and I'm going to follow the rule even if nobody else is following that rule. And they become very disappointed in that process. After a while, that disappointment turns to bitterness. And after a while, that bitterness turns to hopelessness, and they start to look for a way out. And many times what manifests as the way out is cancer. Okay? So I'm not saying that if you have these markings, you're going to get cancer. I am saying if you do have these lines, you're giving away way too much to other people. You're not getting back. You need to take care of yourself and be a lot more selfish. You need to start focusing on making your life ridiculously pleasurable and joyful for you, and not worry about what other people think. And you need to let go of that bitterness. You need to find a way to clear out that shit, right? Whether you're doing it through hypnotherapy, neurolinguistics, energy healing, EFT, I don't care how you get rid of it, but you got to get rid of it, right? Now, when you come to Dallas, I'm going to show you how we fix it and how we fix it fast. We're going to show you all kinds of different ways, hypnotically, NLP, energetically, holographically, that we're going to fix this stuff. In fact, I'm going in February, I'm going to spend 5 days going deep dive into energetic cancer therapies and how to clean out the resentment and all that other stuff. But for those of you coming to Dallas, you'll be the first to receive those trainings. Okay. So any questions on these traits? So you basically have humor, over nurturing, disappointment, and bitterness. Let me look at my chats and see if we have any questions. Ravi saying, Ravi says, how can I get this video in a recorded format? Well, there'll be a replay available on the YouTube channel. What if a person doesn't have any lines? First of all, you have to look, are they below the age of 18? Okay, chances are if they're below the age of 18, any marks they have are from previous lives or something congenital. If they're in their 50s and they don't have any lines, you have several possibilities. A, they're a completely self-actualized human being. They've found all of their emotional shit and have cleared it. That's one possibility. B, they're Botoxing themselves into oblivion. That's another one. C, they are sociopathic. They don't necessarily feel bad about anything. And then the fourth possibility is they're highly dissociated from the traumas they've had. There is such a thick wall of insulation between the repressed emotions and the face that it's not marking on the face. Ashley says likeliest. You know what? I've traveled this world. I've seen many, many people. The chances of the person in front of you being a highly evolved, fully actualized human being are probably only slightly more rare than Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster. So that's probably the outside possibility. The dissociation is a high probability. Sociopathy is probably the next most likely. And then finally, they just aren't deeply impacted by the things. They let them go really quick. Okay. Fiery people tend to be a little bit more on that side because they're like they're always on to the next thing. They don't spend as much time as like earth people or metal or wood people dwelling on shit. You have to interact with them. You have to profile them and look at their history, their behaviors, and you can tell pretty quickly from their behaviors what category they most likely fall into. How can I tell what element I am? Well, if you come to the Dallas training, you'll learn the 5-element physiognomy. You'll also learn 5-element body types. Nobody is one element. You are a combination of 5. There may be certain elements that predominate, and we have a little quiz that we give in the face reading course that you can take that kind of gives you your elemental makeup. Okay. Okay. Makes sense. By the time you finish the Jing training in Dallas, you'll be able to zero in on people's 5-element physiognomies like that. It'll become very easy for you. Last questions before I move on. Ravi says, hey, David, can we predict accurate things running in someone's mind? No. And let me explain that. This training will have a byproduct of making us highly intuitive and highly empathetic, but it doesn't make us telepathic. Now, you may develop some form of telepathy from a heightened level of rapport and vibrational coherence with your subjects. You may get downloads as a byproduct of the training, but I'm not going to go out and say it's going to make you a psychic. But you will be able to develop behavioral profiles of people that allow you to predict with a high degree of accuracy what the person's most likely to do in a given situation or circumstance. To me, it's a little bit more accurate than telepathy, right? So the short answer is it's not going to make you telepathic. It is going to give you the ability to predict the likelihood of certain behaviors, certain thinking processes in certain contexts. Okay? Any other questions? Alex says, is it good to have a lot of facial lines, or fewer is better? There are certain lines, and we're going to cover that in just a moment. There are certain lines you want to have, right? The one we're about to cover is called a purpose line. And so let's look at that. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was still showing my thing. Okay. All right, so a purpose line is a line that runs from the ala nasi, which is the corner of the nostril and then the bridge of the nose, down the side of the mouth. So this line here. So these lines, the longer and deeper these lines are, the more they indicate that in your personal and in your public life, you're actually doing the things that you came here to do. You're on your life path, if that makes any kind of sense. So these usually correlate to a fairly high degree of satisfaction and fulfillment in our work and personal life. If the line is deeper on the public side, then this person is enjoying more fulfillment and success and alignment with their mission in life, in their public life, their business life, their professional life. If the line is deeper on the private side, then this person probably has a family life or a set of relationships that are in harmony with who they came here to be and what they came here to do. Ideally, we want them to be balanced. But as you'll discover, as you start reading more and more faces, very few people are ever 100% symmetrical. Okay, but these are lines that every lady I know wants to get rid of. Every man I know wants to get rid of. But in Chinese systems, this is actually indicative of someone who's doing the right things in terms of what missions they came here to fulfill. Okay. And the Chinese say that if you don't have these lines by the time you're 50, you're doing something really wrong. Okay. Are those lines known as marionette lines? Not in my system. In the technical term in the Chinese systems are called fa ling, or as Lillian translated them, purpose lines. Okay. Let's do one more, and then we'll review the offer in case you guys are still on the fence. So there's another set of lines that I think are really cool, but they start off as a reaction to trauma, just like disempowerment lines created a set of behaviors that cause people to lapse into appeasement anytime their boundaries are violated. Auditory intuition starts as a defense mechanism for people who are growing up in very dangerous or potentially dangerous environments, in environments where people have to be very careful about what they say. Lillian had these lines. I have these lines in spades. They look like gills, right? Let me show you a different angle. So if we zero in on the ears, and here you can see the age markings for men and women based on the ears. But a lot of times when you look at the ears from the side and you see what look like little gills or little wrinkles, these are auditory intuition lines. And functionally what this indicates is that somebody has a really good bullshit detector. Like they have the ability to analyze people's language and the tonalities and the pacing and the speed and the emotion of it, and figure out really, really quick who's full of shit and who isn't. And this arises as a form of auditory hypervigilance that when these people were children, they had to be really, really careful about what they said and did, right? Lillian used to say that she could tell when Lillian had, for a face reader, Lillian had horrible luck with men. And I don't know why, but Lillian said one of her ex-husbands, she could tell what mood he was in by the way he closed the car door, right? So people with these lines, they make really good therapists. They make really good lawyers. code breakers, anywhere where you have to listen for auditory anomalies and read between the lines or subtext, this is a really powerful skill, but it starts off as a form of self-protection that later becomes a superpower. So if you have these lines, you probably grew up in a place where you had to be very careful what you said, how you said it, and who you said it to. Okay? Now, because these particular lines lie on the triple warmer meridian, which is an acupuncture meridian that goes to the 3 different levels of the body, the triple warmer meridian also governs water metabolism in the body. So many times people with this marking have a tendency for dehydration. So they drink a lot of water. Their water metabolism is not quite good. And so they either pass a lot of water or they retain it. Usually when they're drinking a lot, so they pass more, they tend to drain their body of electrolytes because of all the fluids that they're taking in. And as a byproduct of that, because their body doesn't have as much electrolyte as it could, they tend to have heart palpitations and tachycardia, which they tend to think of as panic attacks. They're not actually panic attacks. They're actually tachycardia or bradycardia based on electrolyte imbalance. So if you have these markings and you're prone to what you think are panic attacks, one of the things you could try, this worked for me, was I just started supplementing with electrolytes on a consistent basis, and 99% of all those fibrillations and stuff went away. So again, if you have these markings and you think you're having panic attacks from time to time, always go to a doctor and get checked out, make sure that you're not doing anything dangerous. But at the same time, try the electrolytes and see if that actually balances you out. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and we're going to, I get random vertigo, doctors don't know why. Okay, Eduardo, if that's the case, do you have any ring? I shouldn't get into this. Do you have any ringing in your ears and your eyes, are your eyes bloodshot? Or do they get hot? Never. Okay. All right. Then random vertigo could be, it could be hypotension, where you stand up too quick, you get dizzy, things of that nature. I would go see an Oriental medical practitioner and have them give you a tune-up and see if that helps. Okay. You're welcome. Okay. All right. I'm getting better at this process, but it's still taking me a while to bebop back and forth. Hold on a second. Oh, that's what I did. That's why I didn't show up. Hold on a second. There we go. Okay. Let's try that again. All right, for those of you who are on the fence, this is kind of our last call. And this is your chance to grab one of the last few remaining packages for tonight's webinar with the fast action bonuses. It's the Secrets of Face Reading, How to Read Anyone home study course. It's a $1,997 value, but we're adding a whole bunch of other really cool bonuses for you. It's going to include our #1 rated NLP training course, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Speed Profiling Secrets. It's a $4,576 value. We're going to give it to you absolutely free. You're going to get the Real World Hypnosis Identity by Design home study course, valued at $1,597. We're going to give that to you absolutely free, so you can fix whatever you find from your face reading. We're going to give you the People Reading for Fun and Profit Body Language and Home Study course. This is a $1,497 value. So you can build on the face reading and look at the whole body and start to extrapolate different behaviors and what they mean and how you can fix the things in your body language that actually make you less influential. So we're going to give that to you absolutely free. It's a $1,497 value. We're going to give you a 3-month trial membership to the NLP Power Mastermind Mentoring Program and 11-year video archive. It's a $1,997 value. We're going to give that to you absolutely free. We're also going to include the Face Reading for Fun and Profit Level 2 home study course. Now, remember, these fast action bonuses, the one in blue, are only available to the first 25 people to register for this package. When I log off, these bonuses in blue go away. You can get the rest of them, but the bonuses in blue go away. Okay, so you get the NLP Power Mastermind Mentoring Archive. You'll get the Face Reading for Fun and Profit Level 2 home study course. It's a $1,997 value. You get the Face Reading and Human Influence VIP Super Ticket for a live certification boot camp in Dallas, Texas, April 13th through the 15th. I'll change that on our next PowerPoint. It's a $2,750 value. We're going to give this to you free because we want you to win. Everything comes with a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, money-back guarantee. If you're not satisfied, if it's not doing what we said it'll do, if it's not giving you the fast track to getting the life you want the way you want it and making you more effective in the areas that you want to be effective, let us know and we'll refund your money within 60 days. The total package value is $16,411. You can get yours today for the low one-time installment of just $14.97. Or if you need a little help, Stephanie can help you out by breaking that up into 4 easy payments, 4 easy installments of just $397. All you got to do is click the link to www.davidsnydernlp.com/face. It's www.davidsnydernlp.com/FACE. Operators are standing by. Stephanie is available to answer any questions that you have. Now, one more thing I should mention. If you've been a client or a student of Planet David for a while and you've bought some of our packages and you see one of the programs that you have in this lineup, if you let Stephanie know you already own one of these, we will let you substitute a program of equal or lesser value so you can kind of customize your program and eliminate duplications. That's just a free service that we offer so that you don't have the duplicates and you're not paying twice for the same thing or whatever. We want to make sure that you have only the courses you need and want. And so we can let you, to a certain degree, we can allow you to customize that package. But you got to click that link right now before I log off the webinar, because when I log off the webinar, everything goes away. The primary offer, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Secrets of Face Reading Home Study Course, Real World Hypnosis, Identity by Design, and of course, Face Reading for Fun and Profit is available tonight by clicking the link until 11:59 p.m. tonight. After that, it goes away, okay? Now, everything on the course is worth it at full price, but why pay full price if you don't need to? If you really feel that you deserve these access to these skills, you deserve to have them, then click that link right now before I log off the webinar and finish our map of the emotions. And by all means, join us in Dallas, Texas, April 13th through the 15th for one of the most powerful, life-changing events you will ever experience. Guaranteed. Enough said, let's get back to learning about the face. Okay. Okay. And we'll close this down. Okay. That's not what, hold on a second. I got the wrong window, man. All right. Cool. Okay. By the way, I so appreciate your patience with my obvious ineptitude moving back and forth between windows. Let's look at what else we've got. Another one I want you to pay very close attention to is if you look at let me go to the side view again for this. Every now and then you're going to look at somebody's ear and you're going to see little wrinkles. Sometimes you see 1, sometimes you see 2. Every now and then you'll see 3. When you see these lines, what they indicate are what we call blood pressure irregularities. Now, this person does not necessarily have high blood pressure. They don't necessarily have low blood pressure. What they tend to have is erratic blood pressure. You know, Eduardo was talking about the vertigo that he gets from time to time. A lot of times what happens with people is that if they stand up too quick or they sit down too quick, that sudden change in height, that gravity causes their blood pressure to either spike or drop. And they get dizzy and they get vertigo, things of that nature. Now, people with this marking, one of the other byproducts of this particular marking, in addition to this kind of erratic blood pressure, is they tend to be overreactive to shock. In other words, if like you're walking down the hall and somebody rounds the corner and surprises you, where the average human being might experience a shock level of like 3 or 4, this person might experience a 7, 8, or 9. So when you see this marking, these people feel shock, mania, excitement very, very strongly. They tend to have a stronger reaction to that stimuli than people who don't have this marking. Now, if you have this marking, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have a heart attack or that you're going to have atherosclerosis or anything like that. What it does mean, though, is that you really do need to pay more attention to your cardiovascular health. You should spend more time in things that balance you out and mellow you out. The state control training that we do in Killer Influence and Defense Against the Dark Arts, as well as Identity by Design and Stealth CPI, can go a long way to making you a lot less reactive. Clearing out your emotional baggage and garbage will actually go a long way in clearing that out, and a lot of times can positively impact these lines. Obviously, getting exercise and moderating your diet can help you as well. Okay, so again, these lines indicate blood pressure irregularities. They don't necessarily mean you're going to die of a heart attack, but it does mean you should probably pay more attention to the lifestyle you're leading and start cleaning up your crap. Okay, Holistic Star says, Dallas, oh boy, do I want to go. Good, let's see you there. Click that link, right, if you haven't already. Another line I want you to pay attention to, and a lot of you who are acupuncturists, neurolinguistic programmers, I don't see dealing with this quite so much, but hypnotists I do, nurses, body workers, these are pain lines. A pain line starts at the outer canthus, but instead of traveling downward laterally, like our sadness lines or our grief lines or our sorrow lines, these lines actually travel towards the nose. So you'll see them like little diagonal lines migrating this way. If you see somebody who is showing these wrinkles and they're not in obvious pain, chances are they've stuffed down a lot of the pain that they're feeling. They're trying not to show it. So I tend to see these more, but I'll be honest, I tend to see these more in people who are in acute pain rather than chronic pain. Okay? So if you see these, chances are they're having some kind of pain in the moment. But if they're not in any obvious discomfort, you might start to ask, are you kind of just trying to tough out some kind of pain, or have you experienced some deep physical or emotional pain in the past that you haven't let go of yet, right? One of the things you'll learn, and we'll talk about both in Identity by Design as well as Defense Against the Dark Arts, is that as far as the neurology is concerned, there really is no difference between, from a neurological perspective, between physical pain and emotional pain. The same parts of the brain that process physical pain also process emotional pain. So when you see this marking, chances are they've got a reservoir of pain locked in their body somewhere they may not even be conscious of anymore. Okay? But it's always a good idea to ask. Margot, does tinnitus in one ear, left ear mean anything? It can mean kidney deficiency or liver excess or liver deficiency. Depends on the tone. To really narrow that down, first of all, see your regular doctor, but then I would go see a trained Oriental medical practitioner for a diagnosis using TCM pattern recognition and things of that nature. Danny Bobany says severe audio issues, stuttering, no audio. Okay, I think that's probably on your end, Danny. Okay. So let's see here. Alex is asking, should I start with face reading for fun and profit or with defense against the dark arts? Great question. Danny, I'll tell you where I would start is I would start with actually face reading for fun and profit. And the reason for that is I like, when I train people in body language and profiling, I like to train them in things that you can see from a distance. And so face reading for fun, or people reading for fun and profit. Oh, wait, you said FFP. Let me finish this. People reading for fun and profit is actually where I would start. And then I would jump into face reading for fun and profit. And then I would translate back into defense against the dark arts. And the reason I say that is because if you have a thorough grounding in nonverbal traits and attributes, it's much easier to apply the defense against the dark arts material because it's a drill down, if that makes any kind of sense. Elizabeth says, not much going on with my ears. I still think it has to do with age. Could be. Eileen says, tinnitus is a common side effect of the COVID vaccine. Okay. Alex says, okay, awesome. Thanks for a thorough explanation. My pleasure, Alex. That's my job. My job isn't to sell you stuff. My job is to point you in the direction of the least amount of things to do to get you from where you are to where you want to be, right? And if you follow that path, you'll get what you want faster, easier, with the least amount of static and noise. That's my job, right? Okay. All right. I think I have 3 more sets of lines that I want to share with you. And these, again, are things you'll see quite often, as a matter of fact. So every now and then, you're going to see somebody that has these diagonal lines emanating up, usually from around the third eye area, right? These are called transformation lines. And what these generally indicate is that this person went through some long, dark night of the soul where they experienced some revelations and some transformations about who they are that changed them on a spiritual level, and they gave them an insight about things. And as a byproduct of this, they get these lines that kind of indicate the opening of a third eye or an extremely powerful spiritual lesson. Every now and then, once in a great while, you'll see someone with a marking like this. They look like little wings. Lillian called these Buddha wings. And you see this in a lot of highly advanced spiritual people, meditators, yogis, Taoist monks, Buddhist monks, where that third eye is super open and they're getting a lot of downloads. They look like little wings emanating from the third eye. This is somebody who is very spiritually evolved and tapped in, okay? You don't see that quite that often. Every now and then, if the Dalai Lama is preaching, you might see some of these show up on his face. Some very common lines that you'll see a lot of people with a double set of lines right here. This indicates either irritation, annoyance, or impatience, or D, all of the above. Okay. I am the poster child for this marking, but it's served me well because one of the things that, because of my impatience, I don't have time for techniques that take too long or don't achieve a fast result. So that causes me to create techniques that work really, really fast without any bullshit. Okay. Now, every now and then, you're going to see a different marking. And that marking looks like this. Looks like a single line right down the center of their forehead. We call this marking suspended needle. And this is also arises out of anger, specifically boundary violations. And let me just mark this out really quickly. So what happens here with this suspended needle is in situations like this, the person had their boundaries infringed on and they got really mad. They got really, really angry. And they pushed back, just like the person with the appeasement lines pushed back. But when they pushed back too hard. And when they pushed back too hard, they were powerfully, deeply, strongly punished for that expression of anger, that demonstration of power. And the self-recrimination from the punishment they received caused them to make an unconscious decision that they were never going to allow themselves to get that angry again, which is really tragic because people with a marking here have taken their achievement energy, their ability to achieve and move forward in life, and they've put a block on it that says, this is as much as I can do, this is as much as I can have, and when I hit that point, I am not allowed to go any further. So this often manifests as passive-aggressive behavior. It manifests as a need to prove oneself, but most importantly, self-sabotage. So what you'll see with people in this line is they'll get to a certain level in their life or in their career, in their relationship, and at some point they'll hit that barrier and they will either lose interest, they will find a way to become disillusioned about what they're doing, or they will have a massive blow up with their superior or the business or whatever, and they'll go and they'll start something, they'll start over from scratch, doing something completely different. They'll get to a certain level of attainment or achievement, and they'll blow themselves up again. So people with this marking tend to always be out to win an argument that happened many, many years ago. So it tends to sabotage their relationship and move forward in life. At some point in their life, people with this marking will hit a situation or circumstance where their energy will not let them go any further. That arbitrary block that they've imposed on their liver power, which is your achievement power, will say no further. And they will either stop or find a way to exit what they're doing or the trajectory they're on and start again from scratch doing something else. Okay, so if you have this line, understand that you are way more powerful than your life circumstances are showing. You have more juice, you have more to give, but something in your past caused you to lock that down. And for your golden path, for you to become the best version of yourself and be fully in your power, you need to get rid of that market. Okay. So Elizabeth is saying, I have a vertical line at the beginning of my eyebrow over only one eye. I'd have to see the line, Elizabeth, but if we have a chance to get together, I'll be happy to look at it and tell you what I believe it could mean. Yeah. A lot of times traits don't, again, facial symmetry, again, one of the first things I told you to look for is facial asymmetry. Are lines deeper and longer on one side than the other? Are they only occurring on one side? Because then it indicates that the issue may be either be on your timeline or in your public or private life. I'd have to look at the line and I'd have to reference several different charts to really give you a good idea of what that could be. Okay. All right. That's our map. I'm curious, what do you guys think? What did you learn? The length of the line indicates the strength, and the depth indicates the strength, but the fact that there's a line there indicates that there's, and by the way, the anger that this comes from is usually between a father and a son, either father towards the son, son towards the father, or whoever took on that dominant masculine role in a person's life. Okay. What if it's an indentation instead of a line? It can mean you have an open third eye. If it's lower, like at the bridge of the nose, it can indicate neck problems. Again, the more I see of you in person, the more rapidly I can give you a much more accurate assessment of what I believe is going on with you. Okay. So that being said, let me just go ahead and do this one more time. This is the last call, folks. If you're serious about getting into this and making this a viable income stream, by the way, Lillian would regularly charge $750 a session to do face reading. So if you're looking for an income stream, this is actually a really powerful way for you to supplement your income. People love this stuff. And they'll happily pay high dollars to get this information. So factor that into your plans. I really think that this can help you a lot move forward in your life. I really want you to take advantage of it. And let's see here. So last call, as they say. Secrets of Face Reading home study course. It's a $1,997 value. It's actually way more than that. It includes our speed profiling defense against the dark arts home study course valued at $4,576. We're going to give this to you free because we want you to have the tools. Real world hypnosis identity by design hypnotherapy home study course. $1,597 allows you to hypnotize people anytime, anywhere, and fix their shit under any circumstances. It's a $1,597 value. We're going to give that to you free. The People Reading for Fun and Profit home study course, it's a $1,497 value. Big picture body language stuff allows you to fill in all the gaps. $1,497 value. We're going to give it to you for free. The Face Reading for Fun and Profit Level 2 home study course picks up where Level 1 leaves off. It's a $1,997 value. Once again, yours free if you click that link below right now. And of course, you get the NLP Power Mastermind Mentoring Program, the 11-year archive, $1,997 value for free. Face Reading for Fun and Profit Level 2, $1,997. Face Reading and Human Influence VIP certification, 3-day live certification boot camp in Dallas, Texas, April 13th through the 15th. This year, $2,750 value. We're going to give that to you free. Total package, $16,411 worth of solid gold, nuclear, behavioral profiling, and influencing gold. All yours for one low installment of just $14.97 or 4 easy installments of just $3.97 each. All you got to do right now before I log off is click that link, www.davidsnyder.nlp.com/face, F-A-C-E, www.davidsnyder.nlp.com/FACE. Click the link, click the link, click the link now before it's gone, okay? That being said, I want to thank each and every one of you for hanging out with me, for asking amazing questions, and for really just showing that we're actually making a difference in people's lives. And that's all I've ever really wanted. And I think a lot of you share a similar passion. Yes, you're here for you. You're here for the things that make your life better. But at the end of the day, I really believe that part of that making your life better part is about making the life better for other people too. It's about really making a difference in the world and getting on that golden path. And if I can facilitate that, I'm always grateful to do that. You're the reason I'm here, and all I want to do is help. So for those of you who are ready to level up, who are ready to go to the next level, please click that link right now before I have to log off. If you have other questions that did not get answered in this webinar, like I told you before, go to the replay on YouTube or on Jet Webinar or on our David Snyder NLP homepage. Find the replay, click the comments section, type your questions in, and I promise you, we will answer those questions in as timely a manner as humanly possible. Click that link. in the immortal words of Cal Burnett, I'm so glad we had this time together just to have a laugh or sing a song. Seems we just got started, and before you know it, comes the time we have to say so long. Good night, my friends. I will see you on the other side in Dallas in a webinar and an AMA. Click that link and let's get this party started. Good night and God bless. Take care.